Good evening. It's 6 p.m. and I'd like to call the February 23rd meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, roll call, please.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Present.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Present.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Present.
Board Member Kali Telesford. Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Winkfield. There's Mr. Telesford. Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following matter. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 12 p.m. on February 16th, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. I wanted to call your attention to the agenda for this evening and when we expect to be back in public. The board will be adjourning to executive session in a few minutes and will return at 7 p.m. for a special performance by the South Mountain School Chorus. We will then adjourn again to go back into the executive session until around 7:45. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to executive session this evening. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6 requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10:4-12B sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12B to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 at 6 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions to open the public meeting set forth in NJSA 10:24B are listed below, and next to each exception is a box which will be marked when the issues to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space where additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any matter which by express provision of federal law, state statute, or rule of court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public discussion. The nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, HIB appeal. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and immediately adjourn. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only, and be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussions of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. May I have a second?
I second. I second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor?
Aye.
The vote appears to be unanimous, and we are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. All right, we are now back in regular session for a short period of time. Please note, as mentioned before, we will be adjourning again shortly to go back to closed session, but we wanted to kick off this evening with a very special performance from the South Mountain School Chorus. The board expects to return around 7:45 p.m. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, we are ready for the stars of the show. Mr. Mason always calls you the superstars, right? Please come on up and thank you for giving us some of your evening. We can't wait to partake of your talents.
Thank you for listening to us as kids, team members of our staff members. Members that invited to create these programs. We're saying a piece called
My son does, my daughter. Literally. Yeah.
Let's please give it up for the incredible performance from the South Mountain School Chorus. Great job, guys. Thank you for sharing your beautiful voices with all of us. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to go back into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session and we'll be back around 7:45. Thank you so much. This is heard. We're so happy you're here tonight. Thank you, Miriam. So now we are going to turn it over to Student Board Representative Noah Morose for the important board recognitions.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. So as we do every month, we're going to start with the submitted student and staff recognitions. So the first one goes to the Columbia High School girls track team for being named the 2023 SEC Conference and Essex County Tournament champions. The CHS, yeah. The Cougars girls track team ended their phenomenal season on Sunday, January 30th, with their SEC Conference and Essex County Tournament champion win. Go Cougars. The next one goes out to CHS students Joshua Apostolico, Jarrett Jackson, and Ross Perlman. Congratulations to CHS students Joshua Apostolico and Jarrett Jackson, whose film Tardy won Best Screenplay at the Ramapo College Film Festival. Congratulations to CHS student Ross Perlman, who won Best Fiction Film for his film Obligatory Parasite at the Ramapo College Film Festival. This is the third year that Columbia High School has won this award, and Ross's second win in 2 years. Congratulations to CHS senior boys basketball player Jalen Robinson, who scored his 1,000th career point for the Cougars on February 15th against Hillsdale High School. Jalen will be furthering his athletic career at the New Jersey Institute of Technology at the Division I level. The next one goes out to some SOM students, John Slogan, Kendall Waite, Anna Eshalabi, Sophia Amador, Mayan Livne, Kiara Frust, Idris Bey Ellison, Yusuf Asadi, and Zidan El Hassouni, as well as SOM staff member Dania Abarumi, and parent leaders Amanda Burns and Soraya Shalfarouche. We want to thank the families, students, and staff who offered advocacy for more diverse holiday recognition in our district calendar. Thanks in part to your voices, on tonight's agenda, the board will be considering the formal addition of Eid al-Fitr to our current district calendar. So yeah, next one goes. We have one staff recognition for the month, and that goes to CHS teacher Cindy Malotra, who I had my freshman year, amazing teacher. The National Council of Teachers of English recognized the 2022 edition of GuildScript as superior in its Recognizing Excellent in Art and Literary Magazines Award. The Realm program publicly recognizes excellent literary magazines produced by students with the support of their teachers. Realm is designed to encourage all schools to develop literary magazines that celebrate the art and craft of writing. And that is it for our student and staff recognitions.
Thank you, Noah. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for the January 5th reorganization meeting, the executive session and regular session meeting minutes for the January 26th meeting, and the executive session and special meeting minutes for the January 31st meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Ecker. All in favor? Aye. Appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Up next on the agenda is the student representative update. Noah, please proceed.
Thank you, and good evening again. So I want to use my time tonight to talk about transparency, and that's transparency with our student body and faculty. Vanessa Prevalon and I have come to this horseshoe table in the past speaking about various student concerns, but increasingly in the last year, these concerns have revolved around security and student discipline. We've been lucky enough to have such a receptive superintendent, principal, and executive committee. But so far in the 2022-2023 school year, it feels like these concerns over security have only increased from members of the student body and faculty alike. It seems like nearly every week, a new video of a fight surfaces or a code yellow is called. After speaking with Dr. Taylor, the executive committee, and Principal Sanchez of Columbia High School, we understand that efforts are being made to limit our code yellows in student fights, and for that we are grateful. However, the problem lays in the transparency over these issues. Students deserve to know what's going on in their school. Students deserve to know why a code yellow is called or what's being done to limit student fights. Or even just seeing that administrators know that these are present issues that affect students and staff. We also need to put into context the world around us into consideration. Just last week, we witnessed the most recent mass shooting at Michigan State, a university that multiple alumni of our school district currently attend, students that I sat next to just last year. With such threats present and consideration with our district's own current issues, transparency with our students and staff is a necessary piece in strengthening our district even more. Detailed emails sent immediately after incidents and outlining preventative steps, or even just going on the announcements over the loudspeaker, are very small steps that would go a long way in beginning a process of increased transparency across our district. I want to personally thank our executive board, Dr. Taylor and Mr. Sanchez, for again taking quite literally hours out of your month in February to talk about this issue with both Vanessa and I, so thank you. But I want to highlight another more positive topic that came up in Vanessa's meeting with Mr. Sanchez this month. It's no secret that we lose many talented students in our towns to private schools, schools that boast admissions to selective colleges, competitive athletics, or additional counseling resources. I was so happy to get to speak with Mr. Sanchez about his plans to level the playing field equally for our amazing students right here in our district. Some plans even include having a dedicated counselor or two just focused on helping with college admissions and scholarships, similar to those that charge upwards of $350 per hour in the private sector or abundant at local private schools. Our winter athletics are also winding up, with both our girls and boys basketball teams tipping off tonight at 7 p.m. in their state quarterfinals games, and our fencing team getting ready for the individual state tournament. I also wanted to briefly touch on the Columbia High School Model United Nations team and our most recent success at the Ivy League Model United Nations Conference this past month. We took home 3 awards and competed at the highest level against schools from all over the world. And one last thing, I just want to remind everybody here in the crowd and our board as well, to go purchase your tickets for CHS's upcoming musical, Something Rotten. The musical usually sells out quickly every single year, and both the cast and crew work incredibly hard, staying at the school till 11 or 12 a.m., and they work extremely hard to put on an outstanding show, and you can purchase your tickets at chsmusicals.com. But to wrap it up, Vanessa and I harp so much on our school district security and transparency because we care. We see how much our district offers and the potential that we have. I know that every single one of you here at this table cares, and I know that every single community member and faculty member here tonight cares, and I just want us to have the best for our students and faculty in our district. And that concludes this month's student representative report. If there's no questions here, I'd be happy to answer any questions that we have here. If you're not here and watching online, you can feel free to email either Vanessa or I via our board emails found on the district website. Thank you.
Do any board members have any questions for Noah? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. So now I will turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent's update.
Thank you. Always a hard act to follow, Noah, and always a pleasure to meet with you monthly. And one thing that I share with Noah is how influential the position of board student rep is. His predecessor helped us to activate our student emails and to use them as another stakeholder group for pushing out information. So that's what it came to my mind immediately with this concern, is using those emails to push out the same or very similar communications that already go to parents around code yellows, just again for transparency's sake. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Noah. Hello, SOMSD community. Thank you for joining us this evening. As you can see from our agenda, we have a very full meeting planned for tonight. Before we begin our presentations, Rocio, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of Principal Hutchinson and the Delia Bolden staff, as well as our SLT and all who contributed to the ribbon cutting and formal renaming of the Delia Bolden Elementary School. We also offer a very special thank you to the CHS Archive Committee, who helped to not only bring the great Delia Bolden to our attention, but were also instrumental in connecting us to the family members of Delia Bolden who were present the day of the ribbon cutting and ceremony. The members of the CHS Archive Committee are Carol Petralia, Ann Wessel, Hannah Edelman, Andra Marks, and Susan Newberry. Thank you for all of your work. Happy 100th anniversary to our very own Marshall Elementary. You don't look a day over 30, right? You don't look at. Thank you to Principal Horn and her team for alerting us to the 100-year anniversary of Marshall. Please be sure to check out Principal Horn's video for more information on this momentous occasion, which was celebrated last week on the 100th day of school. The video is on our YouTube page and on Marshall's page of our website. Please be aware that our recently approved new district directors have officially started. Please be sure to review our previous newsletters that highlighted our new directors of C&I, Human Resources, and Access and Equity. Lastly, please be aware that we have heard from stakeholders with concerns over the language update for Policy 8420 that is up for first reading this evening. Please be aware that our district is an exemplar in this area, and we're ahead of the curve. The governor signed into law the practices that we previously launched. We often get policy updates from our Strauss-Esme Policy Service. They ensure that as laws are updated, our policies follow. Now that the aforementioned drill process is a part of law, per all the statutes in the policy, they must be complied with and are complied with regardless whether they are specifically spelled out in our policies. However, please know that part of the policy amendment process includes a first and second read requirement so that our stakeholders, both internal and external, can review and give us feedback. Also, please be aware that mental health supports and announcements that a drill is happening in real time when drills begin and informing guardians afterwards that a drill took place are still, now and in the future, a part of our safety drills in accordance with law. Also, and to address concerns over mental and emotional support for students, point 3 in our proposed amended policy provides that the security drills are paired with trauma-informed approaches to address any student inquiries, concerns which may arise as a result of a school security drill. We will now have a brief presentation from Ms. Ann Bodner, our Assistant Sup for C&I, followed by Mr. Burnside, who will introduce our auditors for their annual audit update, after which I will present an exciting review of our Intentional Integration Initiative. Mrs. Bodner, the floor is yours.
Okay. I am just going to share from my computer because I can't see that far away. So I'm back again. I know you enjoyed last month so much, so I'm back again. But tonight truly will be very quick. It's kind of an extension from last month. Last month we did review NJSLA testing scores and data. We talked a lot about the interventions that we are using in the district this year. And then this year, this presentation is really looking at the Start Strong, which is a very close, tight snippet of our students' day in, or year, I guess, in the district. So this one will be very short and very quick. It will be on the district website, and the recording will also be there. So Start Strong overview. Let me move. So the Start Strong was administered in the fall of 2022. They are assessments produced information to be used as standards-based complement to existing resources used by educators in their classrooms to evaluate the needs of students. So this data is used in our classrooms for teachers to really understand where the students are right at the beginning of the year as they come in. The assessments did not replace local standard-based benchmark assessments our district already has in place. So like our Teachers College reading assessments, our Star Renaissance, math and reading, these are all that we use at the beginning of the school year to get a benchmark, but this was also another piece that the state gives us to use. The purpose of an analysis of this data is to understand the level of support that students require for this year's grade level support, designed specifically to inform instruction going forward. Okay, so they're looking at mostly last year's standards. But with one caveat, and this is very important to know because it does change the look of the data for our math students. Middle school students taking high school courses, Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2, were administered the Start Strong assessment for that course. Okay. So this comes straight from the Department of Education. The NJDOE would strongly discourage districts from comparing any individual student, school, district Start Strong data to any state-level data for Start Strong or to any NJSLA data. They really want it to be a snippet and a moment in the school year, in the beginning of the year, for teachers to really look at and use it as another way to inform their instruction with all of our local assessments that we use. So who was tested and based on which standards? You can see on the left-hand column are the current grade levels and then the standards grades level on the right-hand side. Again, please note that the middle school students taking high school courses were administered the Start Strong assessment for that course. These are the 3 levels of support for our Start Strong. 1 is strong support may be needed, 2, some support may be needed, and 3, less support may be needed. So what did we learn about the information that we were given? And generally speaking, the results have been pretty consistent with what we know and what we have. Every student was impacted, and this assessment was mandatory last year to see the effects of how the pandemic, that the pandemic had on our students and learning. So we know that the pandemic did impact our students, but not every student was impacted in the same way. Assessment data serves to help teachers plan for instruction and target the individual needs of our students. Classroom teachers have used the data reports to identify standards that require emphasis or reteaching, as well as individual students who need more intensive remediation. So this information was sent to the schools. As we approach the mid-year point, the next round of benchmarks assessments are taking place currently and just finishing up our new round of Star Renaissance, our new TC scores, and providing teachers with data on student progress since the beginning of the year. And they will inform the instructional planning for the second half of the year. And I kind of talked a little bit about how we use our data to inform our instruction last month. So these are the numbers. We're getting a little bit into the data now. These are the numbers of students tested by grade level and by subject. There may be some discrepancies because there are some exemptions to some of our ELL students in ELA when they first come in. I think the cutoff date is July 1st. If they come in after July 1st, then they are exempt from the ELAs. But it looks like many are pretty much the same. And here's our high school math level students that were tested numbers. Now we'll get into district-wide across the board by grade level, by subject and support level. 5th grade, again, this is going to be all on the website for you to really review. 6th grade science is really focusing in on 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade science standards. Our 7th grade ELA and math. 8th. 9th, you'll notice once we get into the high school, our math will be in a separate slide. And 9th grade science does look at this middle school standards. 10th grade ELA and 12th grade science. Algebra 1, please remember that this is all our middle school and our high school students who are currently in Algebra 1. Algebra 2. And geometry, again, this could include our 8th grade students at the middle school, or it does include who are taking geometry. I did put in, I know there was a request last time to have specific information on special education. Again, we looked at it from a grade level. Our 9th grade. 10th, just ELA right now. 12th, science. And our maths, again, middle school and high school. I then broke down by ethnicity. Again, this is a lot of information. We'll be going very quickly, but it'll be on the website for you to dive into a little bit deeper. Sixth grade has a lot of information because they have 3 subjects. Tenth is just ELA, 12th science, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry. And the final area that we really looked at with data was looking at our buildings itself as a snapshot. Delia Bolden, Clinton, Seth, South Mountain, Tuscan, MMS, it's a little bit cut off on the bottom, I think just from the projection. Psalms. CHS, and our high school level math, all 3 on one slide. So that is the data that I wanted to share with about Start Strong. I am not going, last month I really went in deep about the interventions that we're putting on place, but I put this graphic in again because I do want to remind you that we are definitely taking this different approach this year of layering on all the interventions that we can to make sure that we are hitting students who are struggling from all different angles and making sure that all of their needs are met, because it's not just one thing that's going to work. There's a very long, in-depth conversation and presentation on that from last month's NJSLA, if anybody wants to go back and watch the video again. And it really, and there's longer, more explanation for each one of these different interventions that overlap. So, and that's what I have for you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Bodner. And just to reiterate, a few months ago, as we were planning these latest presentations, we really wanted to do a crosswalk between NJSLA and Start Strong. And as Ms. Bodner shared, one of the first directions that we received from the state was not to do that, because this lacks context and it's meant to be a snapshot in time. data point that the state probably also uses across districts for their own data purposes. So just wanted to reiterate that. Board members, you've already given Ms. Bodnar questions through the CNI chair. Are there any follow-up questions?
Board Member Vadamodny.
So obviously, thanks a lot for putting this together. It's a lot of data. One comment and a question, right? I mean, for some reason, we do pretty, the numbers don't look very good for science, and I don't understand why. I'm sure there are reasons why, but so that's my only comment. I'll leave it at that. The more important question is that though we cannot compare this against NJSLA, we can definitely compare Start Strong against the previous Start Strong, although they are snapshots in time. So can we do a year-on-year comparison to see whether we're doing better?
They
or worse?
actually, the state does say to not make any of those kind of comparisons, and it does get a little bit tricky, especially when you get into the middle school and high school math, because they're kind of moved around and it's not the same same students and all of those different things. So it does get a little bit hairy. I think, again, I think this is information that we really do need to see in a snapshot. I think there's a lot of other data that we can provide that will give you more in-depth information. And I know there were a lot of questions about data from Dr. Telesford, which I've been working with the administration team and having conversations about digging really deep into that information and using some of your questions as our guides, because they were great questions, right, that we should really be thinking about and that we do in our, and what also made me feel good is that there are some of the things that we do, right, but it also expanded our thoughts, and so we appreciate that. But that will be coming, and I will share with you that information once we get it together. We were waiting for Q2 to come out, and now that we have that, we can really begin to start diving deep and doing those comparisons and looking at progress, because also beginning of the year for some can be difficult, and we wanted to show the progress. And so you'll be getting a report on that shortly. And as soon as but I have all the teams, supervisors and building admins working on those types of things. And I think that data might tell a better story than even making those comparisons with Start Strong. Start Strong can be administered in an hour, right? And even our NJSLA is a little bit more in depth, and it's open-ended. These are very much just, I don't even believe there's any open-ended questions on this assessment. It's like real quick, put an answer in and move on. So it's information and we use it. And I think we use it with all the other pieces. Look at it in a silo would be kind of a difficult way to really understand that child who's sitting in front of you.
Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, yes. We did speak about this in CNI,
Yeah.
so I just wanted everybody to realize that. I guess mine is more two comments, I think. The first being that people need to understand those math scores, because it gets confusing.
Yes.
Because those kids haven't really seen geometry, but yet they took the geometry exam. So when you see like the 75% failure rate, you're like, oh, which I get, but it's just because those kids they're in the class, but they really hadn't started geometry, but we're testing them on it. Exactly. So I want that to sort of be.
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was trying, when I said it a few times about remember our middle school kids are included in this, and they have not seen anything like this at all. So that you're right, that math data might look real wonky, but it's because they haven't had the experience with it.
Right. So I wanted to just make that clear to
Thank
people
you.
so that they understood. So we, while we do have issues in general, but so I guess my other is coming back to, I know this is a snapshot. I have administered this test. I know that it's like 7 questions and it's like kids are done in 10 minutes. So the data is always questionable to me, but we're still seeing the same continued trends over again that we have been seeing with multiple different data. So I'm starting to get concerned that while we are doing multi-layered interventions, they might not they might not be working as well as we would hope they were. And I want us to continue to look at ways that we can support our kids, and that when we get stuff like this data, which while it's not, the best data, can be raise that red flag and be like, ooh, we might need to pull that kid for a little extra support, or let's look at that with the grades. And I'm hoping that that occurs more, because we are still seeing a lot of kids struggle, and it's not changing, really. So we're gonna need,
I hear what you're saying 100%. I can tell you that one of the main reasons why I applied for this job and wanted to be a part of this is because I wanted there to be change, right? That was my focus. That was the thing that I felt that we needed to do some things differently. And we are starting with this approach to intervention. It's different than what we've done in the past. And it is currently, where are we, in February, right? So we've been working on this since, I just came into this position, so we are working on it now. I do believe that this will help immensely, and I can tell you that we've had a lot of conversations at different levels and building levels about things that we want to do for next year and expand on the work that we're doing. We can't keep doing things differently, expecting a different, or keep doing things the same way, expecting a different result, and that's how I have run everything that I have done in this district. And I'm bringing that to this, to central office. And I truly believe that we have a team sitting behind me that feels the same way, who really want to make some changes and some difference. So I hear you 100%, but I can tell you that you have a team that's committed to making sure that our students are taken care of, and we're giving them everything that they can. And we will not continue to do things that aren't working.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for that statement about being committed, because that's important, and we're glad that you are. I just wanted to make a statement and reiterate a question of mine. There's intervention, but there's also looking at current curriculums, and as you said, you're committed to looking at things. One of my questions was about the trends of what students might be lacking when it comes to math and ELA, if there are foundations that they are just missing. And that's important to me, because I want to know that if they're not getting that foundation in elementary school or middle school. So I know that sounds like you're still tracking the math and figuring that out, which is totally understandable. Look forward to those results.
Absolutely.
I thought it was interesting that from the ELA standpoint, reading and writing stamina was one of the issues. And, once you're in fourth grade, that will continue to be an issue. And you kind of see this decline for some of those students, especially Black students. And so from the research I've done, I read that reading and writing stamina correlates to orthographic mapping, which I know we've talked about in C&I, but I think it's important for the community to also know that orthographic mapping is what happens in our brains, and it enables us to learn how to sound out words. Right. And if you're not getting that, that means you're not getting it because you didn't get enough phonics. And so I know that we need to rely on science more these days when it comes to our ELA curriculum. And if we're relying too much on the cueing method, then you're not going to have orthographic mapping. So probably when we do our readouts, we'll talk a little bit more about what we discussed in C&I and having a more candid conversation with the community about what that ELA curriculum looks like, because I know that we are now more focused on math. Right. But I am a little concerned about, not just intervention, but also really taking a good look at the current curriculum. Right. And if it is substantial for the needs of these students who have missed quite a bit of instruction over the past couple of years. And that will be an ongoing trend.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Yes, we are really looking in on math, and it's really kind of about time at the K-5 level. But that doesn't mean we're going to ignore anything. I have Dr. Beam folks who is very committed to making sure that our students are given what she is the ELA supervisor, committed in making sure that we are meeting all the needs of our students. So we will continue to move forward. One of the nice things about Atlas, too, that helps us is we can, now that it's online, we can now run reports to see our standards see where we might be struggling in certain areas, and then look at our curriculum to match up those standards, to see how many times we might be meeting and connecting to those standards, and then maybe shifting some things around if we need to, or come back to a standard that we need to. So there's a lot of, in the last few years, there's been a lot of additions to being able to really understand the curriculum and its impact with standards and how it helps our students. I've already had conversations with Dr. Beam folks about sending out more information on our ELA program. I know that you've talked to, you and I have had a few conversations about it, and I'm definitely hearing you and wanting to make sure that we're as transparent as possible, and making sure that the community truly understands that we are not a one-stop shop. We really do layer on different programs especially in the ELA area, because we know it's not going to be effective for all students. So we supplement with many, many different resources. Yes, TC is our main resource, but again, it's not going to meet the needs of all students, and we recognize that. And Dr. Beam folks came in, I actually was the one who interviewed and hired her because she felt that way, because we can't do that. It will never work for everyone. So we will be sending some things out from the CNI office to the community so that they can get a better sense of what our ELA program is. Really, and we can have talks. We're going to be having some curriculum information nights and family fun nights for our community to come and participate in. So we're trying our best to make sure that you as a community know what we do and why we do it, and how you can also support your students at home, your children at home. So we're getting there. we're going to keep working on it. Okay.
Any more questions? Well, thank you so much, Ms. Bodnar. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. We will now have Mr. Burnside, who will introduce our auditors.
Good evening. Tonight from PKF O'Connor Davies, we have Andy Hodulik and Robert Provost. And they'll be here virtually to give the annual audit report. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. Pleasure to be here. My name is Andy Hodulik. And with me this evening is another partner in the firm, Rob Provost. And Rob has been the lead partner on this job this year. So I will turn the proceedings over to Rob for a brief review on the annual audit for the year ended June 30th, 2022. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Andy. So I guess I'll start first with why we're here tonight. As historically, the deadline has always been December 5th. That has been changed to March 17th, 2023 for this year. The reason for that is, we're kind of at the mercy of getting information from the state. And that information just came out a few weeks ago. So, they extended the deadline once again from December 5 to March 17th. And I got to assume probably going forward, we're probably going to look at a deadline of somewhere in February. And, the old deadline is probably going to go away, be my guess. And, we're certainly going to meet that. We should be issuing within a couple weeks. So we'll definitely be in compliance with that new deadline this year. The audit process itself is it's a pretty voluminous one. It's probably a month and a half at least by the time we go in, we do our planning, and we do a lot of testing. We test internal controls, we test compliance, we test the balances, and I got to say, the district really, really has a sound internal control environment, and they do a really, really nice job in the finance office. And, because it is such a grueling process, our audit report is anywhere from probably 180, 200 pages. It's a pretty big report. Don't worry, we're definitely not going over all that tonight. What we would like to do is maybe just go over some of the highlights, and we decided to go over the budgetary comparison schedule. And just AMR, and that's just AMR is kind of like the findings, kind of the results of the entire audit. So if I can, I'd like to share my screen if I can figure this out. Here we go. So basically the C1, like I said, the report is extremely voluminous, 180 or so pages, but really these 10 pages, that's pretty much everything that's significant to the district. It's all the revenues, expenditures, That's where a lot of the operational decisions will be made. And you can see what's on the screen now. They don't have a lot of different types of revenue sources, even though they're significant. I mean, most of the revenue comes from a tax levy and a state aid. And the reason I even highlighted the,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind just zooming in a bit more? It's really
oh, of
hard.
course,
Thank you
my
so much.
apologies. Would you like it zoom more? Is that okay?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, we're in a big room and it's hard to see. Thank you.
I understand. So, and the reason I highlighted 166 million is interesting because the expenditures were almost the same exact number, and I think that really speaks volumes for the school district that, you know, with increasing health benefit costs, increasing transportation costs, increasing tuition costs, you know, general salary increases, you know, all those costs are kind of, you know, hard to maintain. So the fact that we feel the district really maintains, you know, conservative spending practices, I mean, really, I think puts the district in a pretty nice position. I'm just going to kind of scroll down to the end. As I'm going down, you can even see, here's all the expenditure lines, you know, and this full report too is available on the state once we do issue. So I apologize for I'm going kind of quickly scrolling through this. You know, you can see that the tuition's up almost $10 million this year. Salaries are definitely increased. And you can even just see the volume of expenditures. I mean, it seems to go on and on and on. But I really just wanted to get to, and you can see this 166 million, it's almost right in line with the revenue. You know, so I kind of put the ending fund balance somewhat in line with last year. So, and like I said, there's a lot of school districts out there too that are, it's a struggle out there, you know. I mean, like I said, health benefits, especially with the state, there's a lot of increases in expenditures. So, you know, we feel that the school district really maintained a healthy fund balance for this year. And I try to just throw up some of the prior year numbers down here to kind of show you the changes that had occurred. So basically, these first two line items are just reserves. So, you know, school districts in Jersey, they're allowed to, you know, reserve funds in the capital maintenance reserve for future project that the school district may have. And those are pretty healthy balances that they have. And, you know, this increase that the $1.6 million, that's actually up here. That was actually just a decision the district made. We closed out some really old projects that there's money left in. So we're actually able to, you know, increase this balance by 1.6 million. Then again, those are just old projects that had some, you know, funds remaining in there. So we moved it over to this reserve balance to kind of just increase it. Everything else was fairly in line, I think, which is pretty impressive overall. And, you know, the ending balance down here to 7.5 million. That's basically your 4% that the state allows you to maintain. And that 4% was almost, I guess, COVID relief. There's always 2%, and unfortunately, it's going back to 2% next year. But this is pretty much, you know, available undesignated funds, where even though all these up here are also significant, they do have restrictions on, you know, what you can use it for. So again, we feel the school district really maintained a nice, healthy position. And it's, you know, I got $39 million of fund balance, 7.5 of it is, you know, unrestricted. And I was going to jump to AMR, unless Andy, you want to add anything on the C1 here. Okay, so I'm going to jump to AMR. Again, we do a lot of testing. So the AMR is basically guidance from the state. You know, they mandate we go through and test certain items, you know, going through different tuition and claims and purchases, et cetera. You know, we feel as a firm, we like to do things outside of that box. You know, we do a deep dive in internal controls. We test compliance. We, you know, do a whole separate single audit that's also required. So, you know, really pleased to say that we don't have any formal findings at all to report. You know, in fact, also, we actually give two opinions. We give an opinion on the financial statements and an opinion on single audit, and they're both unmodified. And those are the best opinions the school district can receive. So, you know, and we take pride into a nice thorough audit. So I think the school district should be proud of that opinion. And again, the only thing we had at the end was one little other suggestion to management. But when you go through, we had no comments at all. Again, I'm going to scroll through this quickly. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get to their suggestion. But so these are basically all the audit areas that the state's going, okay, you have to go through and test all these items, which we do. And we always put little, all these things. We have no findings whatsoever. We go through payroll, purchasing, etc. And it said, and we test a lot. I mean, we go through probably a few hundred vouchers. We test most of the revenue. So, I think that really speaks huge volumes to districts. They do a really, really nice job. We didn't really come across anything at all to report. I said the only thing that, we thought we may mention, just, it's just something light on the capital asset records where, when there's certain assets that were acquired, sometimes it's just difficult to, kind of trace back to the funding source. But again, that's not even a finding or anything that would even require corrective action. That's just another suggestion that we'd have for the district. But overall, again, no findings. Nice clean opinion, and we feel that the district has a really, really nice, healthy fund balance when end of the day. So I was trying to keep it sort of brief because these reports are huge. So I was just trying to kind of go over some of the highlights, especially since we know you have a full agenda tonight. But we'll certainly take any questions you have at all, or Andy, if you want to add anything on this as well.
And certainly afterwards, if there's any questions, feel free to email us or call us with any questions later on after the meeting. And we're always happy to respond to inquiries.
Yeah, again, this should be filed on the state website as well, the full audit, probably within a couple weeks or so.
We do have a question here from Board Member Vadlamani.
I mean, this should be a very simple answer, but if you were giving out a grade for our school's finances and bookkeeping, what would you give it?
I'll give you guys an A. I mean, like I said, I think we do a whole heck of a lot of testing, especially all those new COVID grants that came out. And it seemed like it was
We can't hear you well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think you guys have a clear A. I mean, like I said, the volume that we test, we go through hundreds of vouchers. We go through all these different grants. I mean, we do a lot of testing. And like I said, I think you guys are in really, really solid shape. I think Eric and his finance team does a really excellent job in the finance office. We do other testing too. We try to test activity at the outside schools. We do testing over enrollment. So we do a lot of different types of things. And I mean, I think you guys really, really perform well. And if you could add anything else, please do.
Board Member Malaspina.
This is for Mr. Burnside. I just want to make sure that we are going to be getting a copy of this in the near future.
Yes, I think it's worth mentioning that you're not voting on anything tonight. This was just a budget presentation.
Great,
And-
thank you.
And as soon as they do finalize the audit, they'll bind one or digitally send it to me, and I'll pass it on.
I don't need a binded copy,
Okay.
but I appreciate the offer.
But,
And just to throw out there too, this was in draft form for us. Only because the deadline, was pushed so far out, and we're obviously trying to, get this to this meeting so you guys can move on with your budget process, etc. But yeah, no, we'll certainly get you the final copy ASAP. As soon as we have it, you'll have it.
And it's certainly worth mentioning that this is a team effort, and I can't do it by myself, that's for sure. So this really is a reflection on the entire business office. Couldn't do it without them. Thank you.
Thank you to our visitors, and thank you, Mr. Burnside and Mr. Gershio and the business office, as well as all of our school leaders and all the folks who help us to spend our funds every year, who follow those procurement protocols that are in place to have, firm results like this. Thank you so much. To our board members, I bounced down to the auditor because I know that we'll be on intentional integration for a while. So, Mr. Bonds, if you're ready, you can share my screen here.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
While Mr. Bonds is doing his magic, I'll introduce our consultants who've been with us for a few years now, Ms. McCardle and Mr. Alves. They're joining us, and they'll be a part of our Q&A at the end. So good evening again to Nancy and Michael.
I would just like to state that I'm recused from the discussion portion of this.
Thank you for letting us know. All right. Good evening, everyone. So excited to share with you what's becoming our annual tradition of checking in for our generational initiative, the Intentional Integration Initiative. Am I controlling, Mr. Bonds? You are? Okay, great. Thank you. So just a brief agenda, and the board members have seen this presentation. They've given very thoughtful questions that have also informed some of the updates that are here. But it's pretty long. I'm not going to stay on any of these pieces too long to make sure that we can get to what I think is the most anticipated portions of our presentation. So we're going to, as always, level set and go back and kind of talk through our journey from previous presentations and previous reviews, et cetera. And then we're going to talk about our current school year and look at that data. For example, kindergarten year over year, first grade. It's the first time that first graders would have been a part of III, as well as the middle school comparison, along with the plan for Marshall and Bolden's unpairing. Next, please. So again, just recapping our journey. In March 2019, the SOMSD 2020 integration plan was postponed to allow for more time for planning, and I joined the district a few months later, and you can see here all the different things that we did to collect information, to engage the community, and the latest two things that we're just highlighting is that last year, March, we did a similar report, and we're a month ahead of schedule. And also last March, as we did in previous years, I meet with multiple realtors to talk about what they should be telling people who are prospective home buyers. Next, please. So here are just some quick summaries of events that have occurred for those who might not recall. We had, of course, the Equity Symposium that kind of launched this work. We brought in experts from various universities, including Dr. Fergus and others. Next. There's probably more than 1,000 folks who were in that auditorium. It was jam-packed at CHS, and we not only had presentations, we also had some interaction after the presentations. Please, next. Here again are those folks who participated. We also shared and want to emphasize that this was something that we shared almost 3 years ago, and the New Jersey school litigation around segregation is still moving forward and is still in the courts, and we've been asked to present this information at other places in New Jersey in response to this pending litigation. Next, please. More information here about integration in schools and legal cases. And one thing that was said that was shocking to me in the beginning of this research is that at this time, this group ranked New Jersey as the 6th most segregated state for school systems in the nation. Still talking about some highlights from that first symposium, you can please continue to push through. We then had a follow-up in February of 2020. We took our show on the road to different schools. Next slide, please. We took the presentation that we just shared, the huge symposium, and we gathered all of our elementary teachers, and we were at SOMS, and we played the video of that symposium, and we also talked a lot about some of the data that we had around disparities of enrollment of students of color in our highest level academic coursework, and our then school business administrator also presented on the planning of our construction. Next, please. Some of the data that we shared, again, this is years ago data, just again, helping everyone to really visualize the segregation that was occurring and the impact of it in our elementary schools. This again is another representation. This is calculus AP enrollment through the years based on demographics. This is a summary of that event with our teachers and elementary administrators. And again, many shared it was the first time they had ever seen that information. And they also were really able to bring to us and our BA at the time some on the ground information around the construction plans from their perspective. Another community town hall. So we had one in January, we had one for our teaching staff at the elementary school level, and this was another outreach to the community. Next slide, please. We again shared more targeted information about our review of literature, and we synthesized the feedback that we received from our parents. Continue, please. And we also shared, this was a very timely publication from Harvard, all about integration and some of the information that they found. We don't even know where that place is on that first bullet, do we, right? It was at the then Jefferson Elementary School, now Bolden. Full house in the auditorium. Next slide, please. We also provided an online opportunity for parents to give us feedback to kind of impact our work and keep a running record of their concerns. We then took all of the research that we had done, and we also looked at the feedback from families, and we worked with our board to develop a framework for the board to consider. And then COVID-19 impacted all of our lives, and we did not let that stop the work that we were doing. So even though we had received more than 3,000 views of our videos and our webinars, we continue to push forward with this initiative. So this was our first foray into the digital webinar domain, and we had more than 3,000 views of this webinar, and it was just, really inspiring to have our community view this work. Next, please. Again, we shared our findings. We talked about our framework. We talked about construction and our methodology and what we were suggesting. That was presented during that webinar. Next slide. And so here are some of the highlights that were a part of what we were suggesting and what we were finding that would really fit the work that we were doing. And everyone's very familiar with this now. This design was to start with an algorithm that had been proven other places and modify it for our needs, and then start with a pilot and review the results of that pilot, and then to consider middle school if the pilot was successful. And that was April 2020. Again, just sharing research, and one of the things that we found and that our consultants confirmed, of course, was that race is challengeable in courts if you use it as a determinant factor for placement, which is why we do not, though the initial algorithm designed from somewhere else, Berkeley, California, did. Next. So though we had 3,000 views, we only received 16 questions back. And we took those questions. We were very happy that some folks were so thoughtful in informing those questions that helped us to get that parental perspective on top of the outreach that we had done before. Next, please. Here are those, those 16 questions were synthesized down to 11 because some of them, of course, were similar. And you can see here, I won't insult you by reading to you, but some of the concerns that were shared. Next slide, please. And one of the, as we again did this research and looked at scholarly work, this one stood out to us and we shared it. It was from the Century Foundation around parental support for integration, but also understanding that the more choice that was given, research documented, the less diverse schools became. Next slide, please. And so here are some of the other events that we did, and we already talked about them. We can breeze through it. We did a virtual Q&A with our incoming kindergarten families. We met with realtors multiple times. Next slide. If you want to go back to, a year ago, it's still available on our intentional integration microsite. You can watch the board meeting and watch, the presentation of the first year of data. Next slide, please. Next slide. And so this is our microsite. If you go to our website, you go down to the bottom, the large buttons are there, and one says intentional integration. You click that, it takes you to this microsite, and this is how it looked yesterday. Next slide, please. And you can click on there, you can find presentations, you can find different data points and memos and all the things that we share. We're trying to be as transparent as possible. Next slide, please. This is how it looks today. We've uploaded the year 2 report, and it's available right on the front page of the microsite. Next slide, please. And this is the presentation that we're doing. It's available as well. It will be available as well when we conclude this presentation. So one thing that was different that I want to emphasize that impacted the students who are in school right now, we added a tool to our registration software for parents to self-report important information around their socioeconomic status from their perspective. Otherwise, we do use census data, and so this helps us to be even more finite and direct with this work that we're doing. Next slide. So year 2 review kindergartners, and this is, again, a lot of information. I want to go through it quickly. So we know, of course, that this year was the second year of our intentional integration for our kindergartners. And you will see, if you want more information on this, it's very easily accessible. We did our process identically to the previous school year. That's what this is saying. And it's also sharing the number of students who were placed via our algorithm, as you see on the bottom there, 484. Very important information, again, to try and make this process as family-friendly as possible. Some of the feedback that we got when we were first designing this process were concerns around siblings being in school together, if possible. And so this is showing you a comparison between a comparison of the number of students who were placed via sibling preference or priority. It's also showing you the demographics socioeconomically within that group. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One important piece here, we talk about variance a lot. Part of the original adoption of the intentional integration by this Board of Education was an agreed upon variance, understanding that life happens and sometimes the numbers might not be perfect, but there was an allowed upon plus or minus 5% variance when you're looking at the socioeconomic status of the group compared to the overall school. Next slide, please. And this represents that. I know that these numbers are super small, but it's just showing a comparison between the SES of our year 1 and the SES of year 2 for our kindergartners. And how, I'm sorry, one more. Go back, please, just for 1 second. And it's showing you how the variance is consistently within the 5% allowance created and approved by the Board of Education. Next slide. Super important information. Again, we said that we don't use race to assign students. We have to always emphasize that we do not, but we do monitor the impact through the racial lens to see if we have any unintended consequences or outcomes from the work that we're doing. And that bold you see in the middle there is that the racial and ethnic integration remained fairly consistent and constant from the previous year. Next slide, please. What you see on this slide again is a double-sided slide comparing year one to year two. And what you'll see is, again, that we are still within our variance when it comes to the 5% piece that we're shooting for, and it speaks for itself. Next slide. So ideally, all students could attend a high-quality, diverse school very close to their home, and we understand that. But we know that the nature of what we are dealing with and addressing is neighborhood segregation that is then leading to historical school-based segregation. So we, again, try to place students to their closest school, but it's not always possible. Next slide. Some really important information here, but I'm just going to focus in on the highlighted portion. That notably the share of students attending their furthest school, their fifth closest school, again, elementary, it dropped significantly from 12% to 7%. And the decline was particularly large for students whose families fall into the low SES category, from 25 to 13%, a very significant change. Next slide, please. This just lays out, on top there you have our current school year. On the bottom, you have our previous school year. The first column is the students who are assigned to their closest school, second closest, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Again, talking about distance to school, we of course monitor that, and focusing in on the highlighted portion here, that the average distance for Black students rose from 1.43 to 1.5 miles from their school that they were assigned to, but it most importantly fell for low SES Black students while rising for medium and high SES students. On a whole, the travel distance for Black students did remain higher than other racial ethnic groups, and we want to make sure that we're transparent about that. Next slide, please. It's important information for folks to know what the average distance is for students who were assigned via intentional integration. And so again, if you look at the purple information versus the red, the left versus the right, you'll see that the distance from school has dropped for this year as compared to last year's kindergartners. Next slide, please. Again, a different way to see the same information. You can push to the next slide. Again, breaking this down and chunking it into students who live less than 1 mile, less than 2 miles, and less than 3 miles. Now looking at first graders. So these are students who were kindergartners, obviously, for our pilot year, and now they are first graders. As we would expect, this is an already established cohort, and so we're just monitoring those students and also looking at students who are new to our district, who are joining us in this already established cohort. And so one thing just to point out and highlight is, like most of our grade levels, as we go up, the class sizes increase a little bit based on board policy, and so the number of classrooms decline by 1 at the schools that are highlighted there. Nevertheless, with the work that we did, the variances changed somewhat over 2 years, but we were still within line with our 5% variance. Next slide, please. And so on the left, we're showing you the data from our kindergartners per school. And on the right, we're showing you, first grade on the left, and comparing them against themselves as kindergartners on the right. Next slide, please. Next slide. Again, showing that the demographics of the first graders compared to themselves has not changed almost at all. Very, very small changes as should be expected. Now for our sixth graders. This is from that March 21st Board of Education meeting presentation, just to reset and level set where we were. The board and the administration reviewed the possibilities of using III to support an equitable distribution of our then rising sixth graders to support our long-term goal. And the results of our beta tests of the then current fifth graders to the then current sixth graders using our algorithm showed a lot of promise that it would had the potential to bring even more balance to our middle schools. Next slide. And on that next slide, you see that the board voted to support the expansion of III to sixth grade. And here are the results. Next slide, please. We're going to look at school by school, side by side, to see that the result was that our middle schools are now more similar than the result from our elementary schools, which is just super exciting. They're highly integrated now, these sixth grade cohorts at Maplewood Middle and Psalms, in terms of their racial ethnic composition, as well as their social economic status tiers. Just hold there for 1 second, Mr. Bonds. If you're looking at the top line, Maplewood Middle School SES tiers, next line, Psalms SES tiers, district-wide total, and the variance, which means their difference away from their total school population. They're almost identical. Next slide, please. Similar information for ethnicities. Again, we monitor. Next slide. As you could imagine, the large majority of our students, 87% of our sixth graders, were assigned to their closest school, including the 79% of those who were assigned by the algorithm. The distance to school was 1.1 mile for the pre-assigned students and 1.23 miles for those assigned by the algorithm. And again, the pre-assigned students are those who have sibling preference, those who are being placed due to their special need designation, et cetera. And you can see here that it didn't differ much when you were comparing the average distances using socioeconomic status and race as your lens. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just for context, we did share, again, what the previous year's sixth graders and the rising fifth graders look like when you compared that data with the beta test versus what was really happening with those sixth graders. So just to remind everyone, next slide, please. That top, this is again from the previous presentation, the top group, that's our beta test looking at what would have happened if we used intentional integration with those rising fifth graders. The bottom was the actual sixth graders who were with us last year and how their data looked. Next slide. Same information, but cut based on ethnicity and race. Again, the top is the beta test, what we predicted would happen if the board supported the intentional integration for sixth grade, and the bottom is what was in existence with those sixth graders. As you can see, there's a significant difference that we thought would occur and we've shown has occurred. Next slide. So as part of our policy on intentional integration, we have, of course, a commitment to check in and see how our parents are experiencing this important work. And this is the policy, and this is the statement in that policy. Next slide. So let's start with our families. We value the feedback from our stakeholders, so here are the steps that we took to communicate this opportunity for feedback with parents and families and guardians of our kindergartners, first graders, and sixth graders. Principals sent out customized messages to all those applicable parents. The survey was uploaded to and available in PowerSchool. The survey was translated into Spanish and Creole. Our PTA and HSA leaders were contacted. I sent out a personalized robocall to all those families. And we also sent reminder emails from central office and extended the deadline. Here are the demographics of those who responded. On the left, you have the name of each school. On the right, you have the racial designation. And on the bottom, you have the total. That last diagonal square of 296 was the total number of parents who responded to the survey. When you look at the note on the bottom, we placed 1,516 students through intentional integration, and of those, 296 families responded to our survey opportunities, and we of course try to connect to scholarly research, and we used a formula to determine what a representative sample would be in doing high-level research, and that would be 307. So these are all the results of each question that we ask our families. I don't have time to go through all those, but I'll flash them down one by one. And of course, it'll be available on our website. And we're going to work with our team and our data committee to create a singular presentation of analysis of the survey results. Too much information for just a single presentation. So the first question is the basic collection of the race and ethnicity of the person completing the survey. Next slide is the race and ethnicity of the child of the person who's completing the survey. Next question is the gender of the person completing the survey. And the gender of the child is next. Grade of the child or children attending school in these grades. What school they attend, which is an interesting slide, of course. The student body at the child's school is very diverse. What are your thoughts on that? And parents responded. My child's classroom is very diverse. Parents responded. It's hard for my children to be accepted at this school. Parents' responses. There are tensions in school between students with different backgrounds. My children have been able to feel connected to at least one adult at this school. I believe staff at this school cares about my child. I believe admin at this school care about my child or children. Staff at this school understand my child's culture and background. Admin at this school understand my child's culture and background. Staff at this school encourage students to learn about people from different races. Administration at the school encourage students to learn about people from different backgrounds. My child sees themselves reflected in their lessons, meaning their diversity. My child is receiving the proper supports to achieve grade level benchmarks. As a caregiver, I feel very engaged with the school. When I am at school, I feel I am treated with as much respect as other families. School staff reach out to my family to ensure we feel welcomed and valued. School admin reaches out to my family to ensure we feel welcomed and valued. My family has experienced hardships as a result of my child's placement. As a caregiver, I feel proud to belong to this school community. Next, we were just very excited to engage with our sixth graders to learn more about their experience. I really want to thank and just emphasize thanks for our sixth grade leaders, the principals and assistant principals, and of course the teachers who built time in their day for our sixth graders to complete this important survey. The survey was actually emailed to our sixth grade students via their district email, which again goes back to our discussion with our board rep about how we can again push out information to our students. We consulted multiple times with our middle school principals, both before and during the survey period. We did a robocall again to the applicable families. Our middle school principals made time with their teachers for kids to complete this. And of the 488 sixth grade students, as of last Friday, 443 gave their responses, which is where this data was collected. And then over the weekend, we had 12 more kids who completed it. So gave us a very high response rate, which of course is possible when you have a collective of great folks who are working on this at our schools. We thank them for their assistance. Next slide, please. So because we're dealing with the Google versus the Power School piece, we don't have the questions as detailed on here, but you can see there's a quick summary on the left-hand side there. Next slide, please. What was the race and ethnicity? If students chose to, this was an optional question. So you can see of the 443, 426 chose to answer this. Gender, similarly, it was an optional question. You can see next slide, please. We had almost an even split between Maplewood Middle and South Orange. The next question was about the student's perspective of their student body. Is it diverse, right? And so one of the recommendations from our board was, let's define diverse. And that was a great recommendation, and we did it, and it was, oh, I think we know who made the recommendation. Similarly, my classroom is diverse. Next slide, please. It is hard for students like me to be accepted in this school. Next slide. There are tensions in school between students with different backgrounds and identities. I feel connected to at least one adult at this school. I believe staff at this school care about me. I believe administration at this school care about me. Staff at this school understands my culture and background. Administration at this school understands my culture and background. I see my diversity reflected in my lessons. I am included in lots of activities at my school. I am treated with as much respect as other students. School staff reaches out to my family to ensure they feel welcomed and valued. I feel proud to be a part of this school. And again, we'll do a separate analysis of that because I know that there's some interest, obviously, in this feedback. And so now we'll talk about the Marshall-Bolden unpairing. Next slide. So again, just to level set, a year ago, 11 months ago, this is what was shared. Bolden had not yet been renamed, but we made sure that we renamed it for the slides that we're showing this evening. And so we talked about really an important piece that prior to my arrival in district, the board voted to design each elementary school to take on a K-5 grade span. It was very important to give direction to our architects at that time. Next slide. So these were, again, important considerations that I shared 11 months ago. What is the least disruptive yet most effective way of transitioning Marshall and Bolden to K-5 schools? What about the furniture for schools for that expansion? Is it covered by our construction costs? And we confirmed that it is not. What is more favorable? A singular shift after Bolden is completed, perhaps a lottery, versus an annual gradual shift for Marshall, organically growing, keeping some students that would normally go to Bolden, et cetera. And are there other ways to do this? Here are recent steps taken. Next slide. So we've held multiple meetings with a subcommittee that includes the principals and assistant principals of both buildings. It also includes Somay as president and today Somay as vice president. We have, of course, multiple SLT members who have contributed to this work and considerations and trying to make sure that we're peeling back the onion for those unintended consequences and just trying to look at every possibility to be thoughtful. Next slide. So the first consideration that we reviewed in our process was to reconstitute both buildings. That means to create K-5 grade spans for both buildings beginning next year. And what would that mean? That would mean reassigning staff and students to create those K-5 teams in both schools. And there are positives of this plan. The most obvious one, it brings closure to this goal quickly. And it's a one-time singular transition. The downside that our committee thought about this plan is that it's a large logistical process with a very short time to complete. There's a significant staff reassignment that would be most likely necessary. Furniture, curricular movement would be a major undertaking to create K-5s in spaces that are now K-2 and 3-5s. And all that would have to happen while our building and grounds teams would be heavily engaged this summer with managing our construction that's already planned and approved. We would have students moving from school buildings, and we would have staff members moving from where they are comfortable and familiar with in a short time period. And one of the pieces that was really significant that was brought up by the school-based leaders was Marshall's bathroom facilities, that they are not yet appropriate for big kids for 4th and 5th graders. Consideration number 2, to grow both buildings via the 2nd and 3rd graders for this fall. And how would you do that? You would allow Marshall to keep half of the rising 3rd graders that they would normally roll forward to Bolden, and allow Bolden to enroll half of the rising 2nd graders and 3rd graders from Marshall. This would result in Marshall becoming a K through 3rd grade school next year, and Bolden will become a 2nd through 5th grade school again in year 1. What are the positives of this plan? The student transition would be in some cases more organic, as rising 3rd graders already traditionally go somewhere else, mostly to Bolden. Less staff would need to be shifted, less concerns about student bathrooms, less immediate need for furniture or curricular shifting. What are the downsides of this plan? There's specialized multi-age programming that's in Marshall that would be impacted. There's also a traditional looping that is designed in Marshall that would also be impacted by this plan. And parents in those two categories have already been assured that they, again, as they enter, would be in those classes with those instructors for a particular time period. Rising second graders, please remember, they were placed by intentional integration. So dividing them could significantly threaten their already established socioeconomic equity. And year two would be more challenging if this plan went forward. This is year one. Year two would be more challenging because now you're adding a first grade to Bolden. And those students would have to be moved from their previous kindergarten assignment, which could be a significant change for our youngest learners and their families. This plan would also not include kindergarten seats at Bolden until year three. And that was a key ask for our board and our district goals. Our third consideration, grow both buildings via kindergarten and our third grades beginning next year. Allow Marshall to keep half of their rising third graders that they would normally roll to Bolden. Allow Bolden to enroll half of the rising kindergartner slots that would normally be assigned to Marshall, resulting in Marshall becoming a K-3 in the fall, and Bolden would become a K and 3 through 5th in year one. Year two and year three, the plan would allow both schools to grow organically, and Marshall's bathrooms can be improved to accommodate the older students. The positives, the student transition would be in some cases more organic, as we spoke about before. There's, of course, less staff that would need to be shifted, less concerns about restrooms, less immediate need for furniture and shifting of curriculum, though it will come in subsequent years. Marshall's multi-age program could be thoughtfully transitioned. Marshall's looping classes similarly, and that would mean that if it's a great program and we're growing the school, we could consider growing the program or expanding the program in other places, and we can be more thoughtful about that work. Rising second graders who were placed with III would remain intact and maintain their already established SES equity. Next slide, please. With any plan, there's always going to be concerns and considerations. The number one concern, of course, is special ed programming, being thoughtful about that design and those seats. Furniture and classroom assignments for the Bolden kindergartners, working to establish where that's going to be and where the furniture will come from. If there'll be new purchases, et cetera, all those operational pieces. Future furniture for the larger Marshall students as they're growing and matriculating. The process for staff transition, both principals noted that there are staff members who've expressed interest in teaching different grade spans. And so how do you make that happen? How do you review that? There's probably contract-driven timelines with our contract with Somea, so to make sure that we carefully review that and try to have this all established and finalized before our last days of school, so we can also provide training before teachers leave and letters of transition as well. The curricular transition, we've, of course, been working with IT to make sure that whatever's customarily there for these grade levels is there for these new classes, and to, again, finalize the number of seats available for the new grades. And so here's the final summation of the design. Again, not to repeat what I just said, but you can see for yourself, maybe in a more visually pleasing manner, what the design would be and the expected date of completion and the outcome of the grade span expansion. Next slide, please. This is a very important note. Bolden students will be enrolled per our current III methodology for kindergarten. So that, of course, means that the algorithm will follow its design, sibling preference, SES, parental education, proximity, all those things. But that asterisk is big, right? Because we also want to identify which rising third graders also have siblings who will be rising kindergartners, so we can thoughtfully look at the sibling placement, and sibling preference. That's why we, of course, survey all incoming families to determine if they already have siblings in our school district. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just a brief summary. We have shared a brief review of our journey for the last 4 years. The generational goal of establishing systems that result in our student populations being assigned in an intentional fashion that results in our schools reflecting our community's demographics is well underway. We've shared the success and momentum of year 2 of student placement. This update includes the success of the first year of our 6th grade placements through III, as well as the launching of our parental, guardian, and student surveys. As designed, our III methodology is allowing our students to organically matriculate, balancing the demographics of our school without removing them and reassigning them, as evidenced by our 1st grade student data. Next slide. We're very proud to share that so far, this work has resulted in 1,516 students attending school in grade levels K, 1, and 6 that reflect our community's diversity. As we have shared, research confirms that all students benefit greatly from results such as these. Next year, the grade levels that will be impacted by III will be K, 1, 2, 6, and 7, which is approximately 2,500 students. And finally, the SES outcomes for year 2 continue to fall within the board's approved 5% variance. Again, reiterating, while race is not a placement factor, monitoring of this important data point has, as predicted, resulted in our schools achieving more balanced demographics that reflect the diversity of our community. So next slide, some really important information. Our kindergarten registration is already concluded, and you can see there a timeline that's available on our website. Next slide, please. Again, reiterating our enrollment and registration dates. Next slide, where to find this information if you are a parent who's joining us. And now we will have a Q&A from our board if they have any questions on this presentation, and also with our consultants, Michael Alves and Nancy McCardle. To our board president, feel free.
Board Member Gifford.
Yeah, I wanted to ask,
Sorry.
Given how low the response rate from our Black parents, how much does this data actually tell us? And what can we do to improve that response rate? Also, I'm wondering if we can see the breakup of the responses based on race. Do I feel welcome? Am I connected to this school? I think it would be really interesting to see those questions, those answers based on race.
Yeah, we'll have, as I shared, a presentation that focuses in on the survey results. And so it'll go very deep into how the information cascades. Mr. Alves and Ms. McCardle didn't help us with that. That was our own internal piece with the help of many team members, including Dr. Gilbert and Mr. Bonds.
Board Member, or Dr. Telesford, Board Member Vadlamani. Okay, Board Member Vadlamani, and then Dr. Telesford.
So can we get a step-by-step description of the intentional integration algorithm and publish it on our website? Because the community's trust in the algorithm will increase if they see all the steps. I mean, of course, they're welcome to advocate for changes, but it should be open source and it should be transparent.
Yes. And so to our visitors, the question and what the request was, could we put loudly and proudly the step-by-step of the algorithm, how it happens, and on our website, we will work with you all to do that. I know we already have it in a few of our notes inside of our microsite, but we'll make it large for everyone to be able to see if they're interested in that.
And kind of to piggyback off of that question, I guess some people are advocating changing the model, looking at how we place students. And I guess looking at the methodology or the outline, you talked about how there were comparisons to other models. Is there a way that we can, I guess, compare how those other models perform compared to the variance models that we have right now? And then kind of, I guess, another like question that backs up on that is, Delia Bolden will be adding kindergarten. How will that impact, I guess, the distance that students travel? Because that is a concern that some people do have. But since Delia Bolden will be added in, there'll be definitely a shorter distance that students are traveling.
Thank you. So when we were doing our research, we did look at many different models, and we did look at even models that were in the state of New Jersey, right? We looked very close, we looked very far, and what we found was a lot of inconsistency, especially after many years of being in place for various reasons, right? Because of their design, because of, I don't want to judge other school districts, but that was my perspective, right? And I think that one thing that with Mr. Alves and Ms. McCardle, they do this work all over the country. And one thing that they've commented to us about, not to put words in their mouth, was how innovative this is and how sustainable it seems to be for the first couple of years. And so I'll let them give any responses that they would like on that. And before they do, the comment around Delia Bolden, we're so excited about that, and it's the reason I believe that the board made that a part of our district goals, is that it does add a space in our community where there currently isn't one for kindergartners. And so that should make our distance to the closest school even smaller moving forward. Ms. McCardle, Mr. Alves, anything to add, please? I'm sorry, you're muted.
I'm muted?
Yep, we hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to again provide the context for what we have done here. That essentially we have designed, this is a new student method of assigning students to school based on their home address. We have similar programs elsewhere. But what this is an alternative to having to realign school attendance boundaries. Again, if you're going to be committed to assigning students based on where they live. And so this is a very innovative model. And of course, we've been so deliberately working collaboratively with beta testing year 1, now year 2, that the results that you're looking at on the socioeconomic variances are just really superb. I mean, you can compare this to other school districts, and also it's achieving, I think, a very significant amount of having to avoid racial and ethnic isolation in schools. And so it's all being done, again, with a priority trying to assign children to the school nearest their home where there's an available seat for their SCS tier. So what you have here is a living innovation that over the first 2 years is certainly, I think, helping to achieve the board's integration goals.
Board Member Eckert.
Thank you. So first, I just want to thank Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gilbert, all those involved in putting together the survey. So I'm just going to start with just the survey comment, and then I'll ask a question. I appreciate that a deeper analysis will be done in survey results. We've had access to this. I raised a lot of the concerns that Board Member Gilbert brought up, especially seeing, kind of the breakdown by race, by school, et cetera. I think a deeper analysis needs to be done. And I think to that point, what other avenues are we considering when thinking about this survey for May to extend our reach so that we are trying to gain a better population of these survey respondents? And would also like to see, there were, I believe, some open-ended responses where they could provide additional feedback. So would love to see that and kind of discuss that. So related to the algorithm, I'm just curious, why do we use linear distance for proximity and not road distance?
Nancy?
I'm sorry, we do use travel distance. We use road distance. We do not use linear distance.
You do, okay. I believe there's a bit of conflicted information that has been out there based on the the vendor that we are using. And again, I myself am not an effective member of the III, but a lot of comparisons that have been done based on the door-to-door versus like curb to curb and kind of the distance that it's going. So I appreciate that clarification. I think there was a lot of confusion around that.
No, it's possible that our very beginning beta test, we used, linear distance. But since we've started actually implementing the algorithm, we've used travel distance, and the company that we use is called Here Technologies. They're the world leader in this type of work. They are used by Garmin, who you may know does a lot of GPS work. They're used by Amazon. They really are the world's leader in this type of travel and transportation planning. So that's the data that we use with Here Technologies is the method. And then we use the Census Bureau geocoding utilities to attach the actual location of each student to their address, and then use the technology from Here Technologies algorithm to calculate the distance. It is true that I believe that we're going from the Census Bureau, I believe, calculates the location from the center line of the street, directly in front of the street address, which may not be, a couple feet from the front door. There's, some slight differences possible depending on what the transportation company uses, but that's what we use is really approved methods from the Census Bureau and from this transportation technology company.
Thank you so much. Just to answer the first question, and I apologize, I didn't answer this for Board Member Gifford as well. So we are, of course, aware of the differences in the demographics of those parents who responded. And that's, of course, why we did so much outreach using all those different layers. And so in my most recent meeting with our PTA President's Council, we had a conversation about this as well. And they thought that we had really done a lot of outreach, but we're still trying to look beyond that, right? How can we improve? We have to protect the authenticity of the survey, which is why we use Power School to hold the survey and also to encourage those who may not be in Power School. We try to put so much in there because we need parents to engage with it. And so we're kind of giving thought to maybe the bigger question is not how do you get more folks to do the survey, how do you get more folks to be engaged with Power School? Because there's so much rich information there about their kids. So that was just a brief answer.
Board Member Badlamani, go ahead.
So this is a question for Dr. Taylor. I mean, I understand that currently everything is handled by the consultants. I mean, they handle the algorithm and so on. When are we planning to bring this in-house? The implementation of the algorithm in-house, is this a software package? Is it well-documented manual process? Who will take it over in our district?
I think that having a third party who's led the country in this support us for a nominal fee is a great way for us to have checks and balances in such an important, as I always say, generational undertaking. I think that even when all of our K-8 grades have been through the integration methodology, I would still keep them on as a consultant to support us and verify in case we get challenges legally on this, because that's what happens, right? We do, across the country, there are challenges, and I know that if you asked our consultants how the length of some of their relationships, other districts have taken that same stance. For Mr. Alves and Ms. McCardle, we're not trying to fire you, but can you tell us the length of some of your engagements with school districts?
Yeah, I can remember I began working in student assignment in 1975, I was the state director for desegregation for the state of Massachusetts. And then in 1981, I helped invent what's called controlled choice, which is a way of students being assigned to school based on choice, but subject at that time to racial ethnic desegregation. And because of the Supreme Court outlawed my plan in Seattle, Washington in 2007, after successfully working for more than 20 years, we now, of course, have been pioneering the socioeconomic integration. So anyway, in terms of people that we work with, like in Cambridge now, in fact, I just today got Cambridge's kindergarten, what they call their lottery applicants. So we'll be assigning Cambridge, White Plains, other districts. As far as districts wanting to kind of do this themselves, that's something that we can collaborate together over time. But again, the innovations are clearly, as you're getting close, every year you're making important adjustments. And you're doing that within a context of our experience, which is very, very broad-based. And so, as Superintendent mentions, what's important that while we're still working here and we're assisting you, our plan from the very beginning has always been to collaborate with district people so that eventually they can, implement the plan, not on their own, because I think what's important is the oversight, and especially from the recognized experts. It's the big advantage to the district. But clearly, I think that over time, what happens is we develop a more closer collaboration with IT or whoever else in the district. So far, I've been working with Keith Bonds, who's been excellent. But that would be our aim, to be able to keep making adjustments over time, certainly scrutinizing the what we call the algorithm, which for the results, to make sure that they're consistent with board priorities. And then to do that in such a way that the school district obviously becomes the local experts in the enterprise.
Board Member Gifford.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is a question for you, Dr. Taylor, or our experts here. So are we delivering the results to the schools of concern? Like, say we have 40 Seth Boyden parents, right? Do we deliver those survey results specifically to those schools so that they can see, what parents are thinking? And also, what do they do with this information? How does it inform, practices going forward?
Well, this is our first time doing it, and we just closed it on Friday, right? So they haven't moved anywhere yet. But we did in our district admin team meeting, which is, all the district admin together, that was today. And I shared with them that we will be sharing this with the community today and have follow-ups with them.
Okay.
I just want to say, thank you. I know this is a lot of work. I'm happy to see that the schools are more balanced. That's really wonderful. I also appreciated the way that the withdrawal data was set up. Whereas you were telling us when students were being withdrawn, but also giving us a percentage of like the bulk of those students actually were placed in their neighborhood schools. So most likely it wasn't because of the integration initiative that they were withdrawing, which is good to hear. With that said, I am concerned with the middle school because out of those, I think it was 33 withdrawals, almost 50% were Black. And we know that we are losing Black students in the high school. So I would like to continue to track the loss in the middle school when it comes to students of color, especially Black students. Anecdotally, we hear that Black students are leaving because they don't feel like they'll be served in our high school. And so this is something that could be a red flag and something that I think we need to continue to track. Thank you.
If I could add a footnote to the issue of withdrawals, again, we have been scrutinizing the model based upon best practices that go on in the field of school desegregation. I've been involved in many court cases. I have broad experience with voluntary plans. And the issue with withdrawals always comes up. Years ago, they called it white flight. Like school desegregation drives white people from the district, or now they're claiming it will drive your wealthy and so forth. So what's important as students withdraw, they can withdraw for many reasons. In Rockford, Illinois, which was a desegregation federal case, people were alleging white flight. So we looked at the withdrawals there, and the irony there was that vast majority, probably 80, 90%, had received their first choice school. So anyway, what we strongly recommend that the district add to their Power School program would be reason for withdrawal. So again, if parents are going to withdraw the child, and there's different ways the school district finds that out. Hopefully the parents notify the school district, the school, that you also record the reason. And that's important. Some districts do that very well. And so I think the answer to the question would be exactly why people have left. For whatever reason, could be jobs, could be who knows. But it's important to document that. That's just a suggestion that other districts have used to be able to document not only students who so-called withdraw, but why they have moved out of the community, or maybe they transferred to a non-public school, whatever. But it's important that you get the information. That's a strong recommendation we'd make.
Board Member Eckert.
As I was reviewing the recommendations made in the Year 1 report for implementation in the current 2022 to 23 school year, the third recommendation was to develop a wait list for those students who did not get assigned to their nearest school and would be interested in being reassigned if a seat became available for a student of their SES tier at the nearest school. We currently don't do that. I understand that's at this moment not in the plans. I would love to hear your experience working with school districts that have implemented that, and if that changed how that changed the SES balance throughout, the schools based on what the algorithm had put out.
Yeah, I can answer that. Nancy can also fill in anything I leave out. The idea of wait lists began in 1981, first race control choice plan in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And from the very beginning, working with focus groups and others who were designing the plan, very clearly, wait lists became important, because in Cambridge, there were some parents who had one first choice, out of 14 schools, they had one school, that was it. It depends on, some parents have very strong choice plans. And so in making the transition to the residential-based nearest school, concept of a wait list makes sense. Students who did not get their first choice school, nearest school rather, the nearest school, they could request to be put on a wait list. And so if a seat became open in that their nearest school, which they did not get assigned to, and it would be always subject to SES. So the wait list transfer would be that an available seat for their SES tier has become available in their original in their nearest school. And so that is something that can be implemented. The district can review that. Again, we work collaboratively, and we can share, again, how this could be done here. And SOMSD in South Orange. There's no reason why it's implementable. It's a question of whether or not the board and superintendent and staff feel that this is something that's beneficial. I think it is, because clearly you always want children to attend the school nearest their home if it helps integration. And that could also help in terms of any transportation issues around that. But it's a solid recommendation that is implementable.
Thank you.
Board Member Badlamani.
So, I mean, this is a question for the, for the experts out here, is that I believe that there are advantages when children on a given block go to the same school if possible. It promotes, cooperation between neighbors, logistics can be shared, you make lifelong friends, so on. So can we not use a clustering algorithm to ensure that we don't break up kids on the same block from going to 3 different schools?
Nancy?
So to some extent, you have to remember that kids are going to schools for a number of different reasons. And in fact, it's interesting that when we look at kids that are going because of sibling priority, about a third of them are not going to their closest school. So kids are going because of their sibling priority, they're going because of perhaps ELL or other types of assignments, and then other children are placed on based on the algorithm. In terms of clustering, that is something, one of our recommendations had to do with, as feasible, working as closely as possible with the transportation planners at the district. And that's something that could happen. At this point, it's really a matter of how much time we would have to make that kind of, make those kind of decisions together with the transportation issues. Because I think it really has to do with, well, some of it has to do with school busing, and I know that's a question in flux. And also, it is something that we could look at. It would be something that we'd have to talk about with the district, because anytime that we are be making an exception, for example, this child might ordinarily be sent to another school based on the algorithm itself, but we wanted to keep this cluster of kids on the same block together. That would be, I think, a policy question having to do with adapting the algorithm, but it could be done, and certainly in conjunction with the transportation people at the district.
Mm-hmm. And my only footnote to that, again, any time you have a good suggestion come up, I've dealt with this many times, and especially your kind of school board where you're also engaged, remember, everything should be beta tested. So clearly that may be an attractive idea. And as we work collaboratively, we would then determine what the parameters might be, but then you'd also, of course, conduct beta testing, and you could analyze the results. So then the board could be making a truly informed decision. Now, I like to kind of pride ourselves on this because of all the student assignment consultants who probably ever been around. We're the only ones that have been doing that for years. Really, it's makes sense that, because otherwise, people have all kinds of ideas, but the bottom line is, can you simulate what the results could be? I call it what if. And we have data, and you can do that because we have data. Now we're going into our 3rd year of this. So we have plenty of databases from the past that Keith has, that we could see, like, well, what if we, soon we could come out with what that priority would be, cluster assignments or whatever you want to call it. What would have been the effect on that last year? So as you certainly want to encourage people to be thinking about other ways to fine tune and make adjustments and perhaps even improve and make it even better, just remember, everything needs to be subject to beta testing. That way then you'll know exactly whether or not it's truly a workable idea.
Dr. Tellisford.
I guess this is a question both for the administration and also for our experts. There is, I guess, talk of how low SES students have, I guess, a longer distance to travel, and also to some of the Black students. And I want to know, is this a function of the geography of the community and their distance to schools? And could changing, I guess, how we place students, and however we go about changing that, could that affect the distance that students are traveling? And could that be, I guess, an area of concern?
So I think that one of the things that we're most proud of with this report is that that has improved, right? That overall, the students are going to schools that are closer to where they live, and with the establishment of Bolden becoming a K destination, it'll improve even more. And I think that just like when we talk about other data around underrepresentation and things like that, that trying to research the reason for that would probably be a deeper dive for all of us. But I can tell you that we were so pleased to see that significant reduction for the students who were the lowest socioeconomic status in this data who fell into that category. Anything else to add, Mr. Owls and Ms. McCardle?
Well, Nancy, definitely. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, and I think we spelled this out in the report. If you noticed when we talked about that particular issue, and our sense is at least a good part of it has to do with the really small capacity at Seth Boyden. I think this year we had 52 seats available. A lot of those seats are held for kids with siblings there. I think it was about 40% of the seats went for kids with siblings, and a good chunk of them are low SES students. A good chunk of them are also Black students. And so because there's this limited capacity there, close to where a lot of these students are more clustered, there's limited capacity. So where do those students go? Well, they could go to their next closest schools, which is generally Tuscan or Clinton, but those schools are able, for the most part, to fill their low SES seats with students that live fairly close to them, that are, maybe their closest students, that's their closest school. And that then leaves Marshall, which has a huge capacity to absorb students, and South Mountain, which also has a fairly large capacity and doesn't have that many low SES kids around it. So it needs to draw lower SES kids to, to fill out that tier. And that's why you are kind of left with the situation with some students who live in that Seth Boyden area, generally lower SES students, I think disproportionately Black students who are going longer distances. And I think that's the reason, a really big part of the reason is because of the small capacity at Seth Boyden. And certainly, helpfully, as was mentioned, having Delia Bolden having seats available as well may help alleviate that to some extent.
Also, because of our construction at Seth Boyden last year, the seats were reduced. There'll be larger seats moving into next year.
All right.
Sorry, last question.
All right, I was going to say, your last question.
So this is for Dr. Taylor about the Bolden Marshall unpairing. Is that I'm not sure if I can fully support the idea of splitting up grades, because one of our goals should be to keep the grades together, because splitting them up will break existing cohorts, friends. As you can see, my theme is about not breaking up people who go to the same school, and also Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, sports teams. They'll all be split up. At the end of it, we're talking about 100 kids, and we split it into 50-50. It makes no sense. So I think our goal should be to ensure that they are either fully in Marshall or fully in Boulder. It doesn't matter where they are. That's okay. It's okay to actually move them as long as they're together.
Yeah, so we talked about that in our subcommittee, right? Because again, looking at the challenges and the things that we liked in each of these considerations, and we talked about that specifically. And one thing that the school-based administrators who've been there for years and seen the transition from Marshall to Bolden, that is a natural transition, that those students and those families, from their perspective, expect that transition, right? That's a part of what the Marshall-Bolden pairing has been for so many years, that there's a natural expectation that parents have for that transition. I think splitting, from our discussion in our committee, was a natural way, an organic way for us to grow both spaces as those students matriculate, keeping the tradition of Marshall going to Bolden, while also making sure that there's space for them to be received and for us to naturally grow. So that was our committee's consensus on that. And there were some thoughts, again, I could talk all day about that. One of the concerns on the other side, right, was having a K-5 school. Do the kindergartners or their teachers feel, isolated, right? And that's why with 75, approximately, maybe more or less, students, that gives you, a nice cohort of teachers who will also be kindergarten teachers. So all of that was thought through, and I think that, again, as I shared last year, there's dozens of ways to do this, but of the 3 top considerations, we feel that where we are now answers the question as best as it can be answered for our context.
Sorry, my only comment to that is that I would rather have the concerns of children put above that of inconveniencing the teachers, because, clearly splitting them up is not, again, sorry, I'll let that be, but,
All right. So I think we'll close discussion on this. I just wanted to make a statement. I mean, we've talked about this, and I feel like we talk a lot now, so I'm more quiet these days. But one thing that we discuss is obviously the low turnout rate for the survey and the lack of diversity in the respondents. It was great to see the middle school survey and how, majority of people responded. So I think if we know that the traditional 21st century ways, unfortunately, of sending an email or a text or robocall aren't working, I think coming up with ideas like thinking outside the box, for example, when it's, guardian teacher conference night, having it become part of the program, because I know we do that in December, so bump up the experience survey. So in December, when teachers are sitting down with parents, we're going to have our meeting and then take 5 minutes, here's a computer, log into PowerSchool, like things like that. While we have them physically in the schools, we can help to get them to advocate for their students. Because that, to me, is the only piece missing on paper. This year looks so much better than last year, and that's really wonderful, but we're missing that qualitative piece to know what the student experience is for our students of color.
Thank you. And pre-COVID, literally, I believe we had parent-teacher conferences scheduled for the day that we shut down for COVID, and that was our plan for PowerSchool. I worked with the stakeholder groups, with the PTA. We were setting up laptops in the hallway because the challenge for many of our families who we're looking to get feedback from is not them logging into PowerSchool. They have never engaged with PowerSchool, right? So it's level setting our expectations and building in the support needed. And so to me, it's larger than the survey, right? And we work with our PTAs and HSAs, and we talk about this all the time because they really see PowerSchool as a symptom of other things, right? That disengagement, need for support, some things like that. So thank you for that suggestion. And we had plans for that, and I'm telling you, we were crushed when we couldn't do it because of the shutdown. So thank you for that suggestion, and we'll continue to work on it.
Well, thank you so much. I think that includes the superintendent's update, right? Conclude.
I have one more. No, I'm just joking. I promise. Next, we will have Mr. Burnside's brief update on transportation.
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy and Michael.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is going to be a transportation / budget / construction kind of update. So as we have our ongoing route analysis by our transportation engineer for hazardous routes, we did learn that we should have a complete draft form report at the end of the month by the beginning of March. We're in the process of scheduling a...
Mr. Burnside, sorry, could you put the mic a little bit closer to your face or speak louder? It's hard to hear, sorry.
Start from the top? Start from the top. Okay, so as we are working with our transportation engineer for the hazardous route analysis, we learned that we should have a complete draft form report by the beginning of March at the end of or as early as the end of February. We're in the process of scheduling a Board of School Estimate meeting sometime in March to get approval on a budget for the distance the board is requesting. After the Board of School estimate meeting in March, the action then goes to the Policy and FFT Committee to review and amend Policy 8600. On March 16th, just a reminder, we're going to have a preliminary budget adoption meeting. The budget is then sent to the County BA for review and approval. And on March 30th, the board will have a first read of the revised policy of 8600, which will most likely be voted on in April or May. And on April 27th, that's the public budget hearing, and it'll be held, and the board will vote to approve and adopt the final budget. Next up is going to be a update on Maplewood Middle School repairs. In the lower gym, this is all governed by our insurance company. The ceiling in the gym needs to be removed. We did have the ceiling tested, and it did test positive for asbestos. So that means there's going to be abatement required. Because of all the positive results for the best asbestos, the job has been slowed down drastically until the abatement procedure can be followed. Under the recommendation of the insurance adjuster, we have met with one remediation company and are scheduling a meeting with a second company. There is some good news here for the media center. The old flooring has been removed. The vapor barrier has been installed. New plywood subflooring has been installed. Carpet was completed installation on Wednesday, February 22nd. Right now, we're completely cleaning the room for February 23rd, 24th, and 25th. The complete cleaning of the HVAC and filter changes is scheduled for tomorrow. Indoor air quality testing is scheduled for Monday, the 27th, weather permitting, or Tuesday, the 28th as a backup date. It takes a day or two to get the results, so the anticipated opening of the media center is Friday, March 3rd at the latest. And, oh, I'm sorry. we're expecting to get the results of the indoor air quality test no later than March 3rd. Monday the 6th is the latest that the media center will be turned back over and open to the school. So the construction update for each school, Seth Boyden, we're continuing with the HVAC and building management system control wiring and programming. We're continuing with the basketball court installation, weather pending. We're completing the entrance canopy work. The gymnasium ceiling repair is completed, so that's some good news. And the upper gym attic HVAC equipment installation is still ongoing. At the Tuscan School, we're continuing with the PA adjustments. We're continuing with the HVAC building management system. We're continuing with the paved play field area, weather pending, and we're continuing the punch list corrections. Delia Bolden, the contractor is working on punch list items. That's pretty much done. It's going to wrap up very quickly. At Clinton, for the phase 2 of that project, the HVAC is continuing to piping the layout in a new area. They're completing repairs in the auditorium as well. The electrician worked inside the building on miscellaneous items. Masonry contractor continued the CMU block on the first and second floor and stair towers of the addition. The masonry contractor also continued exterior wall on roof level. The electrical contractor is working with the masons, and the carpenter is working on a parapet wood blocking around the perimeter, and roofing installation is underway. At South Mountain Elementary School, the contractor continues to work on submittals for review and approval. The electrical rough is still ongoing. They're still doing the HVAC ductwork in existing classrooms. They're continuing the curtain wall installation and installed glazing. They're doing some painting, fire suppression pipe testing, continuing gas feed to the rooftop HVAC units, hanging steel fire doors. Elevator and casework is to be delivered this week. At the annex, the contractor is continuing to work on the submittals for review and approval there. They're continuing installation of bathroom floor and wall tile, drainage work, HVAC piping and duct work, constructed retaining walls for trash enclosure, framing for the soffit, and the transformer is to be set by PSE&G this week. Underhill, paving is going to be completed in the spring, and that'll wrap that project up. Marshall and Montrose, So we're going to award that at the March 16th meeting. The attorney needs extra time to review the bids, as there's a lot of money at stake, and we do have some bidders that are contesting other bidders' paperwork. So we're just going to make sure we get it right, and we're pushing that back to the next meeting. For South Orange Middle School and Maplewood Middle School bids, the advertisements were pushed back from February 13th to March 6th because we got the PLA agreement in place. So that's going to be a huge savings as far as getting good contractors in to work on the projects. And the Columbia High School, the bid advertisement is scheduled to go out on February 27th. Did I miss anything? Okay.
Good job.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Bernstein? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the board president's update. Good evening, and thank you all for joining us tonight. I would like to reiterate to the community that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education is fully committed to the continued evolution and success of the Intentional Integration Initiative. We have taken important steps towards this effort that I wanted to share with you this evening. The district released the first Intentional Integration Experience Survey to district families last month. The board was afforded the opportunity to provide feedback around the questions being asked of our district families, and as a board, we were able to make some district-approved amendments, adding questions specifically around diversity within the classroom, school-based supports, and overall student achievement. Thank you to the community members who submitted their experience survey on behalf of their students, as well as the sixth graders who responded to the survey on their own at school. Your meaningful responses have been aggregated and shared with the board for analysis and will support our collective work to build upon the integration program going forward. There will be another experience survey sent to families later this year. The board and district are working furiously to design a transportation policy for the 2023-24 school year. The board believes that a robust transportation program serves as the backbone of the Intentional Integration Initiative, and as such, we are working to create a policy that would support our district students and their families. Additionally, our board committees are prioritizing the Intentional Integration Initiative during the agenda setting process and through the work that we do. We want every child to have the same academic experience in South Orange Maplewood across all of our schools. The board wants to collect and analyze data to ensure that we have parity across our schools when it comes to the allocation of financial resources to each school, teacher tenure in our schools, diversity of faculty, student access to interventions and referral services, teacher access and engagement with instructional coaches, student programming, etc. We want to make sure that the learning needs of all of our students are being met at every school in our district, and through continued collaboration with the district, we can make that happen. The board is equally as focused on the academic needs of our elementary and middle school students as we are on our high school students. We want all of our students to thrive, and the board will make sure that we are collecting data that tells the story about a child's entire journey in our district. Likewise, I look forward to the board addressing the persistent achievement gap in our upper grades. Many things have been attempted to narrow and hopefully eliminate the gap, and the Start Strong data shows that there is much work to be done. As we proceed, it is vital that the board continually evaluate the intentional integration rollout, especially as it relates to the experience of students in the classroom and school. We welcome the input of all of the members of our community, including and especially parents, students, our diverse citizens, and educational professionals. Just a few housekeeping items. The Board of Education is governed by Robert's Rules of Order, and during last year's board goal discussion, we talked about how we'd like to see board growth in the understanding and implementation of our parliamentary procedure. According to Robert's Rules of Order, the board president acts as the chief parliamentarian of the board. And as such, I'm bettering myself in Robert's Rules of Order and the rules which will govern our meetings. And as I grow in my knowledge of the rules, I'm going to become more insistent on following them and complying with our bylaws in our meetings. If we follow Robert's rules, it will make our board meetings more efficient, collegial, and productive. Following Robert's Rules of Order will also help us to manage the time of our meetings better. Separately, I want to express that I believe this board could treat each other better during our meetings, and following parliamentary procedure will require that. Earlier this week, former board member Bergen resigned from the Board of Education effective immediately. We want to thank board member Bergen for her service to the South Orange and Maplewood community over the last 2 years, and we wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Susan should rest assured that the board's commitment to the Intentional Integration Initiative is steadfast, and we will not weaken in her absence. In her departure statement, Susan expressed a concern that deep pockets are determined to undo our work. Here, I feel she badly underestimates our community. We are incredibly fortunate to live in 2 very special communities whose commitment to the values of equity and justice are deep and unwavering. Making our schools stronger, fairer, and more just has been a multi-decade effort, and that effort will continue. Please note, public notice has gone out to all South Orange and Maplewood residents who are interested in applying for the board vacancy to fill the vacant position through January 2024. We encourage all interested candidates to apply with a letter of interest and resume to the district by March 21st at 5 p.m. And a big thank you to Dr. Taylor, who put it on the calendar officially today. The Board of School Estimate meeting has been scheduled for Tuesday, March 28th. And that concludes the board president's update. But now, please allow me to read the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools. If the superintendent of schools is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. So we will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. And I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person, sticking it out with us, and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given, I just want to confirm, sorry, because we have 13 people, 14, okay, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, okay, so that should be an hour. So each person will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So I think there's probably Jennifer Roselle from Maplewood.
Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Jennifer Roselle from Maplewood. Maplewood Middle School is badly in need of repairs. Here's a quick recap on the major events so far this year. October 18th, 2022, the ceiling of room 142 was damaged and students were relocated. Repairs were quick and students were back in their classroom in a few days. October 21st, room 19 was damaged. So much repair work was needed that Mr. Kessler's 8th grade geometry classes were permanently relocated to the library. Over the winter break, a large leak caused major water damage to the lower gym and the library. Mr. Kessler's geometry classes were moved to the cafeteria. January 6th, we learned that the lower gym will be closed for the rest of the school year. The physical education team adjusted curriculum in order to use only the upper gym. The library remains closed, though opening soon. Repairs are underway, and it's been over 7 weeks so far. The library media specialist remains displaced, as do the classes he teaches. The evening of January 25th, it was raining. The stage roof leaked during the orchestra performance, and they had to move chairs around so the musicians wouldn't get dripped on. On January 26th, there was no heat in the gym. The freezing temperatures created unacceptable working conditions for an 8-hour day for the teachers. PE classes that day were moved to the auditorium. After-school clubs that take place in the auditorium were canceled. PE classes had to be moved again that day as the auditorium was needed for the band concert that night. Luckily, it didn't rain. And today, just today, there was a leak in a stairwell that forced staff to escort kids outside to avoid the mess. I'm not here just to complain, okay? Maybe a little. I'm giving you this recap to emphasize how bad it is. Our students and staff are left wondering what's going to break next. To retain good teachers and staff, working conditions matter. To help all of our children reach their maximum potential, the school facility matters. I'm with the MMS Facility Advocacy Working Group, and we sent you a letter that we hope you'll read. Forgive us if there are questions in there that you think have obvious answers. You see, we feel like we're in the dark. Our community of students, parents, teachers, and staff need clearer communication about what's being done to fix our school and when it's being done. There are needed repairs that have been kicked down the road for a long time. We know about the long-range facilities plan and have studied the district website, but is there funding to tackle these current facility issues? In terms of the LRFP, we are also in the dark about what is happening and when. We know there's a bid out for asbestos. We know that we're getting a new roof in 2024, and hopefully it won't rain again before then. But that's all we know. We'd like to work in partnership with you to create a clearer, more transparent line of communication and to advocate for more funds to be sent our way for repairs for our building. Can you help us? Hope you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Jennifer Malone.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Taylor and members of the Board of Education. My name is Jennifer Malone. As architects, my husband and I moved to Maplewood, not only for its diverse, wonderful community, but also for its beautiful and historic architecture. We have 2 boys, a 6th grader and an 8th grader at Maplewood Middle School. I've had the pleasure of volunteering at the Tuscan PTA, the MMS HSA for a combined 9 years in various capacities such as event planning, fundraising, pandemic response teams, and now as co-president of the MMS HSA. I am deeply invested in our community, as are all of you. We are anxiously awaiting the start of the LRFP construction work at MMS. In the past 5 years, we have seen further deterioration of the facility since the survey was released in 2018, creating more scopes of work to be addressed. For example, the auditorium was used as a cafeteria during the pandemic, and now many seats are stained and broken. The interior finishes of the school have been damaged from the multiple roof leaks over the years. And as you're aware, we've had a number of incidents, as Jennifer outlined, at MMS this year, which resulted in displaced classes and lost instructional time. In my profession, we are all grappling with the longer lead times for securing contractors, securing materials, and the significant increase in cost industry-wide. I can only imagine the impact these issues will have had and will continue to have on the LRFP plans moving forward. It stands to reason that the thinking, the planning, and the budgeting may need to be revisited since this project was first imagined in 2018. In the minutes from the January finance meeting, it states that the district is $3 million over budget, and there's optimism that money could be saved on the high school and middle school projects. I do believe a $3 million savings could be realized if scope were to be cut. However, from our observations at MMS, we need to add scope. So perhaps we need to think of new ways we can finance work in a fiscally responsible way. A group of parents have come together at MMS to try to understand the scope, the plans, the costs, and the timeline. We appreciate the state of our facility as a result of decades-long deferred maintenance. We spent the last month researching what has been publicly published to date, and we came away with a lot of questions. For instance, it is considered best practice to prioritize the building envelope work first, roofing, waterproofing, et cetera, to ensure dry space for the installation of HVAC and interior finish work. However, when we look at the plans to date, it looks like we're doing the HVAC and the interior work first and the roof to follow. While there may be very good reasons for this phasing that trumps best practice, we're here to learn more about how and why the district is implementing this work in this order. We hope you read our letter, consider our questions, and respond. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now we have up Malia Herman.
Good evening. My name is Malia Herman, and I'm from Maplewood. I am also a Maplewood Middle parent. I have a 7th grader there. And so I want to say I completely agree what my 2 fellow MMS moms have said. I've been to the school several times, and you need some work. Tonight, however, I am here speaking to you on behalf of CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. First, we want to thank Susan Bergen for her service to this community. We wish her well in her new position. We also want to thank Ms. Bergen for her comments in the Village Green, where she asked the board to select someone to fill her vacancy who has a background or experience in special education. We echo this sentiment, and we feel it's important for the board to have this voice, among others, represented. Tonight, I want to speak on the proposed energy drill policy 8420. Several years ago, the board worked with stakeholders to create a wonderful policy that went a long way to preserve the mental health of our staff and children. That should be paramount in any policy this board adopts. We understand that the drill policy must be updated to conform to new state legislation. That's fine. What we're asking is that you not lose the parts that made our policy the gold standard. Specifically, staff and students will be informed that the active shooter, bomb, threat, or lockdown is a drill and not a real event while the drill is occurring. Number 2, care for students during this drill must be prioritized, including making sure students aren't caught in hallways or bathrooms once the lockdown begins, and planning for how to care for students forced to exit the building during inclement weather. Although it hasn't been so bad this winter, right? Number 3, as specified in state law, parents should be notified that the drill took place. 3 years ago, we heard students speak about how they became severely dehydrated due to a fear of having to use the bathroom during the school day because they didn't want to get stuck in there during the drill. We also are aware of parents of special needs children who have spoken out about how these drills are especially hard on students who have high anxiety, autism, or other disabilities where noise sensitivity and sensory overload can be an issue. These are real concerns. Sadly, these drills are necessary due to real dangers, but they must be conducted in a way that does not cause harm to our children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Malia. Next up, we have Will Meyer.
Hi, good evening. It is still evening, right? Will Meyer, South Orange. I'm speaking to you tonight both personally and in my role as Vice President of Policy Initiatives for CPAC. I concur with the comments made by my CPAC colleague, Ms. Herman, and I'm here both to address proposed policy 8420 and more generally the way that policy is being made. As you well know, the board receives proposed policy changes from our vendor, Strauss Esme, which gives us frequent updates to keep our district's policy in line with changes to state law. But our district also has a long tradition of using its policy-making role to craft policies that are responsive to the needs and concerns of our community specifically, especially in areas where we want to provide our students with more protections than what state law and the default Strauss Esme version might provide. One example is with regard to the security drills in policy 8420. Another is the protections that were recently put in place for our students receiving support through intervention and referral services in policy 2217. In the minutes to the January 2023 Policy Committee, there was discussion about moving away from making, quote, major edits to policies that relate to state laws, and that policies with local changes come up for review, the language that was previously added by our board not be carried forward. It's been additionally suggested that revised policies no longer be presented to the board and the public with red line formatting that shows what's being added and removed. There's no question, obviously, our policies need to be in accordance with applicable laws and should be reviewed by council, but we believe it's really important to recognize the substantial and thoughtful policy work that past boards have contributed, and the efforts that many community members have exerted in influencing that outcome, and not abandon those policies without careful consideration and good cause. We encourage the board to continue working transparently and seeking input from stakeholders in the community, including the parents of students with disabilities, to ensure that our district's policies continue to reflect the priorities of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Next person up is Kathy Greenstone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kathy Greenstone from South Orange. I'm here tonight to thank Dr. Taylor and the current board for following through on the Delia Bolden Elementary School renaming with the official ceremony held last week. It was so wonderful that the family members of Delia Bolden were able to attend and be recognized at the ceremony. However, I do want to mention a few people who made the renaming possible who were not recognized. Name them and thank them here for the record. First, Rhea Beck and Dr. Jan Oosting were the first voices to publicly call for the renaming of the school and explain its importance to our entire community. Sally Unsworth backed that up with strong support for the renaming as a descendant of Thomas Jefferson. Without their advocacy, the name change may never have happened. So thank you for the many hours of work you poured into this effort, Rhea, Jan, and Sally. In 2021, the board voted unanimously in support of renaming the school. Board President Thayer Joshua, Anne-Marie Maney, Shannon Cuttle, Aaron Siders, Courtney Wingfield, and Chris Sabin were recognized in person at the ceremony. Susan Bergen and Joanna Wright, who also voted in favor, were not mentioned at the ceremony, so I thank them now. The teachers and staff of Delia Bolden were instrumental in teaching the students about the reason for the change and in guiding them through the proposed names. Thank you, teachers, for this lesson in civic engagement. Then in 2022, when Delia Bolden was finally selected as honoree, Board President Thayer Joshua, Aaron Siders, Dr. Kwawi Telesford, Arun Vadlamani, and Courtney Wingfield all voted in favor of the new name. Arun Vadlamani was not mentioned at the ceremony, so I thank him for his vote now. Finally, everyone who spoke up in favor of the renaming, who signed the original petition put forth by Rhea and Jan, or spoke to your kids or your neighbors about the importance of making this one small change, deserves our thanks too. I look forward to our next steps in the district. And just to follow up on what Will Meyer said about redlined policy being released to the public so that we can see what changes are being considered, I want to just mention that Policy 7740 regarding school security was released as a white document with a few highlights. It does not indicate this line, which has been added, that line is new. And I would like to read the line to you now. The board may approve the employment of school resource officers, school security officers, and/or law enforcement officers in situations which special risks are involved. That's conflicting with what we've had previously and also is vague in terms of what constitutes a special risk. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Kathy. Next up is Jennifer Warren.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Warren. I'm a Maplewood resident, and I'm here once again to speak about busing. Thank you so much for giving busing back to very few of us who applied for the emergent relief. However, there are still so many more people who need busing, and I'm here with a good friend of mine tonight who lives between a lot of hazardous intersections by 3rd and Valley, and who, when we were informed that courtesy busing was ending last July, figured that she would keep hers because Google Maps says she's 2 or 2.1 miles away from school. But she's only 1.9, and she's lost courtesy busing. And, still, I am just so confused why busing was taken away from anyone. And now that my kids have a bus, which is amazing, thank you for that, I'm seeing that the bus is almost empty. There's maybe 8 students on it. It's a long bus. I believe you could probably reinstate busing for anyone who lost busing. And of course, in addition to that, I hope that at the transportation meeting, we are talking about busing anyone who's over a mile in future years, including the people who have had busing. We should not be left out of this conversation moving forward for future years. I'm so thankful that we got it this year, but I'm upset for my friends who could not fill out the paperwork in time and attend the meeting that I had to take a day off of work for. It just isn't fair. And it excluded so many people who have lost busing, and our buses are nearly empty. At least the buses going to Seth Boyden, they're nearly empty. And in addition to that, just one other comment related to busing is I now have a bus stop. It's about a mile away from my house, and it's right by the intersection of Jefferson Ave and Maplewood Ave, which this week had 2 very serious car accidents. I got busing reinstated because of hazardous routes to Seth Boyden. There have been 2 car accidents at the intersection by my bus stop a mile away just this past week. So I have contacted Tammy Talmadge about having a new bus stop. I'm fairly certain the bus passes my block on its way to Seth Boyden. And, it's not a change that can be made. So that's just another thing I wanted to mention, but really my biggest point is everyone who lost busing should have busing. Anyone who's over a mile in the integration plan should also have busing moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And last up for our in-person public speaks is Jeffrey Bennett.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk about busing and the III a little bit. I'm also one of the persons who recently regained a bus because I'm at a distant placement but under 2 miles. And I can confirm what Jennifer Warren just said, which is that the buses have very, very few kids on it. My son's bus has 14 kids on it, not counting him. And it arrives very punctually and very early at its bus stop in the morning and the afternoon. So I know it gets to Bolden very early in the morning, and I know it gets to Marshall very early in the afternoon to take the Marshall kids home. So we were very lucky to be able to pursue busing like this past fall and winter, but not everyone could, and there are a lot more people who are in hardship. Conversely, there are a lot of people who actually are at long distance too, but they are manageable, like they're managing like their long distance placements. So you shouldn't assume that necessarily there'll be like 250 kids more riding buses if you opened up eligibility for buses to like everyone over 1.5 miles for the rest of the school year. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the III. There's a lot of good news here. I just wanted to say about next year. I don't think that something very important about the Marshall-Bolden unpairing is how many sections of kindergartens will be at Bolden next year. Will be 2 sections, will be 3 sections, will be 4 sections. It doesn't just affect Bolden and Marshall, which we all realize, but it also would affect Tuscan too, because like the western part of Tuscan's proximity zone will become now part of Bolden, and the southern part of South Mountain's proximity zone will now become part of Bolden too. If you want to reduce the socioeconomic disparities in distance, you have to look at not just how many classes are at Clinton and Seth Boyden and Bolden, but also South Mountain too. South Mountain, like its proximity zone is only 2% at low SES, and the district's average is 30% SES. So South Mountain has to draw in a very large number of low SES students. And having so many, having very large grades at South Mountain pulls in a lot of kids from other areas, including like Southern Maplewood and South Orange. I guess that's about all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So now we're going to go to public comment through WebEx. We'll start with Jeff Parvin.
Hello.
Hi, Jeff. We can hear you. You have
Great.
3 minutes.
Thanks so much. My name is Jeff Parvin of Maplewood. I'm a 17-year resident of South Orange and Maplewood. with 2 children currently in the school district. First and foremost, I'm a parent and a volunteer working on the set building at South Orange Middle School, and currently in my second year volunteering at the Columbia High School with their musical. Secondary to those, I hold the credentials of a terminal master's degree through the University of California at Irvine in theatrical stage management and design, and I'm a 20-year veteran of Broadway and national touring productions. I currently work in the manufacturing side of theatrical technology. I'm speaking today to voice my full support in the district's need to engage a full-time position responsible for the operation and maintenance of the district's prized auditoriums with specific oversight and the various theatrical technologies housed within each performance. While volunteering my time, I support the students' work in the specific musical productions. It's a true privilege to work with them. My unique background and understanding of the industry standards and best practices for institutional performance spaces leads me to conclude that the spaces I've been in do not appear to be in receipt of regular and consistent maintenance for a number of years at this point. While I am volunteering, I do need to maintain my focus on the student and their work. However, the theater spaces function 365 days a year and are subject to the forces of deterioration during that entire time. As is a common phrase in my industry, gravity does not take a day off. A manager and a steward of the spaces would be able to identify and supervise potentially perform some of the maintenance that would ensure the facilities that are currently in place reach their maximum longevity and value, and any future and much needed improvements to the various spaces would be maximized, and those investments would be vetted as appropriate to purpose and to protect for the future. Such a position would also be able to inform and advise in best use and needs of those investments to best serve the students and the population there, especially with those of the extraordinary efforts of the students back on stage and backstage. Additionally, this position could bring some step towards equity for all of the schools in the districts, as I'm keenly aware that the expertise displayed by my volunteer colleagues is truly special, and it's unfair to assume that those are easily repeatable across a diverse and valued programming for each of the schools. I thank you for your time and I appreciate the consideration. I'd be more than happy to avail myself to the board, administration, or any other interested parties for further matters related to this in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up is Bethany Pettigrew. Bethany Pettigrew.
Keith.
That's it, she's there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Bethany Pettigrew from Maplewood. I have worked on the Columbia High School musical for the last 23 years as a choreographer, and recently for the last 10 years as a co-director. I'm here today to advocate for a theater manager that could oversee not only the Columbia High School theater space, but also the other theater spaces in our district. Ideally, this person could be experienced in theater rigging, light systems, sound design, lighting design. Currently, we don't actually have a theater program in our district or at Columbia High School. My team, our creative team, sort of acts as a theater department with our all-school musical. But in essence, we are truly just an activity or a club, and we are self-funded for the most part, and we are able to carry on year after year with the proceeds from the year before. But we really do need help with maintaining the space and making sure that our students are getting the most that they can get out of our programs. My colleagues and I won't be able to direct these programs forever, and we need to make sure that we've got structures in place to make sure that we can keep our programs alive after we are no longer able to continue. That's basically the essence of what I believe. I've been through many different administrations, and I've seen many different athletic directors that have been our bosses. And I have lots and lots of insight and information. So if anyone has any questions about any of it, I'm happy to meet with anybody to let you know how much we care about the program and we care about the school. And we hope that you can consider our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bethany. Next up, we have Lillian Harris.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lillian Harris. I live in South Orange. I have a few comments and questions. I would like to know if the district is planning to enhance transportation this year. It's not too late to ensure buses run closer to max capacity. You can provide relief to many more families, and by doing this, you'll ensure that resources are not wasted while the district works to find a global solution for the next school year. As far as the Marshall unpairing, some of the options presented result in a lot of change for such young children. I hope the board will choose the least disruptive option. And to better engage with constituents, I ask that the board please consider hosting more forums or town hall style meetings so we can interact with you and discuss important topics in a more interactive way. Given the demands on your time, board members can alternate hosting forums. We really need to engage with you in a different way. I heard somewhere, I'm not sure if this is accurate, but that biweekly meetings are being considered. I'm not sure if that's going to address the gap in engagement. I really think the issue is the forum. There's many times where, I send an email and it goes to no man's land. No one replies besides the auto response. It would be nice to get a received, so I know that somebody at least read it. Also, I wanted to know if there's any opportunities for community members to volunteer on BOE subcommittees. Volunteers could test assumptions, collect data, provide feedback. If there's an issue or concerns about confidentiality, they can always sign an NDA. And then separately, I would like to know if the board plans to invest in executive leadership and management training beyond what's mandated. I think it's a good investment, and just wanted to say that it would be a good investment if you all can invest in that. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Lillian. Next up is Tony Mazzocchi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Very, very good. Tony Mazzocchi, Maplewood. I'm speaking this evening because it's all school musical season where our schools put on what I believe for the pride and joy of this district in terms of community building through the arts. That is the epitome of everything I think we hold dear here in this district. Our neighbors are going to gather in our auditorium spaces that need serious attention in many cases. And that we have and enjoy spectacular events that highlight so many of our students in so many ways. These award-winning programs that we like to brag about every chance we get are one of the reasons why our community wants to move here in the first place. I've heard it noted that over half of our citizens in our 2 towns make a living in the creative industries. So this is clearly what we value here. What the community may not be aware of is that most aspects of every musical K through 12, including directing, stagehands, set design, lighting, sound, are run largely by volunteers. Our district has minimal skin in the game financially and personnel-wise for these amazing productions, and this is not sustainable, nor is it wholly appropriate. So while there are many things that we can designate as needs as far as the musicals and our spaces are concerned, the proposal that I and my neighbor sent to you all in advance is what we believe can serve as like the glue that binds many of the aspects of our performance spaces together, which then can remedy issues of physical space, production management, health and safety, and maintenance, since our auditoriums are falling into terrible disrepair, and even pedagogical opportunities for our students. This district auditorium and production manager idea. Right now, volunteers are the only ones ensuring that our auditoriums operate for most of our outward-facing events. As I've told administration, this is not the fault of IT. It's a bandwidth issue. It cannot fall on the shoulders of passionate parents alone. We believe the least the district could offer at this time is this staff position, which several districts have, and that we actually had until it was cut a few years ago. The board just approved almost $1 million in capital expenditures recently to address South Orange Middle School and South Boynton's auditoriums. CHS auditoriums is starting to look rough already after $1 million renovation recently. You need someone to supervise these professional spaces and assist our volunteers who are filling in the gap now. An auditorium and production manager could quickly be a self-funded position if we get back to renting our great performance spaces again, by the way. Let's not forget, the educational opportunity we're missing by not teaching all of our students how to work on all these aspects of our productions. So I believe strongly in partnerships between the school and community members in enhancing educational opportunities for our students, but we have no balance here. Can you imagine if the volunteers discontinued their work next year? These lights, in some cases, wouldn't even come on. So you have a lot of tough decisions to make this fiscal year. This one's easy, but please be sure to thank our volunteers like Jeff, Bethany, and everyone else when you see them at the show starting this weekend. And thanks for considering this ask.
Thank you, Tony. Next up, we have Max Weisenfeld.
Good evening. My name is Max Weisenfeld, and tonight I'm speaking to you in my capacity as a community volunteer. I'm a Maplewood resident of over 30 years and the parent of 2 SOMSD graduates in 2012 and 2015. For the last 17 years, I've helped manage set construction for the all-school musicals, first at MMS, then at Columbia. I'm here tonight to ask the board to consider reinstating a full-time, district-wide auditorium manager trained specifically in stage theater technology. Last year, the students built a set for Newsies that won the Paper Mill Playhouse Rising Star Award, beating out over 100 other New Jersey high schools to win the state's highest honor. When I began working on set construction, the district had a person specifically responsible for the technical operation of the theaters and auditoriums, operating the lights, the flies, training and supervising the student set crews, and providing technical support for all the activities, both school and community, that happened in these spaces. Activities like the all-school musicals, special dance, Martin Luther King Day events, Black History Month events, band and orchestra and chorus concerts, assemblies and in-school performances, Shakespeare Week, and many more. By 2012, this position had been outsourced, and by 2015, it was completely gone. There is no one doing this work now. No one maintaining the district's investment in sophisticated and expensive equipment. No one recruiting, teaching, training, and counseling the over 50 members of the high school set crew and the dozens more in the middle schools. Where there was once an educator teaching and training and managing student participation, we now have one very understipended club advisor and a half-dozen parent volunteers. As a team, we're very proud of our work, and we're very proud of our theater space. The Columbia High School Auditorium is the best theater in the towns. Every year, we graduate students who go on to have professional careers in theater technology. But most of us are tied specifically to the CHS All-School Musical. Who's taking care of all the other programs? What about the programs in the elementary schools, the middle schools? And what happens to our institutional knowledge when we volunteers move on? For all these reasons, to protect and maintain, to teach and train, to support the students and faculty in what is one of the most broadly creative school districts in the state, I implore you to spend a little and gain a lot by reinstating the position of a full-time, district-wide auditorium manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next up, we have Mark Madelon. Hey, Mark, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, kind of a common theme amongst the last few speakers. My name is Mark Madelon. I'm a Maplewood resident of 25 years. Like Max, a parent of 2 children who were educated in the district and graduated in 2012 and 2015 from CHS. Along with Max, the 2 of us have been working since 2006 with students in the district on sets for school musicals, again, at both MMS and CHS. For the last 7 years, I've worked directly with Bethany, who spoke earlier, as the lead set builder for the CHS musical, directly supervising the construction of the sets. I'm also speaking today in support of hiring a full-time district auditorium manager trained in stage theater technology. As the others have said, this is a vital need for our district. I've been working in these auditoriums for the past 17 years, and I have an intimate knowledge of how important it is to have a qualified steward to oversee these spaces. Someone that will be able to consistently evaluate the physical condition of these spaces and of the technical systems within them. Someone who can identify when maintenance, repair, or replacements are needed and can then ensure that whatever financial investments the board makes are well cared for. These auditoriums are tremendously valuable assets for our schools and for our communities. They are places where numerous events and programs are and should be held. Obviously, the school musicals are a significant user of these spaces, but there are a myriad of other creative arts, musical, literary, and cultural programs, as well as fundraising events that should be able to use these spaces to their fullest potential. In addition, there's certainly potential, as Tony mentioned, for renting some of these spaces to outside entities, which could generate revenue for the district. With someone in a position to oversee and properly manage these spaces, we can ensure that only qualified people would be allowed to operate our technical systems. Many, many years ago, I was on stage crew in high school, and those of us in my school that were trained on using the technical systems were hired by the entities renting our auditorium, and this was organized through a technical manager. This is a great opportunity to show our students that the skills they are learning in these auditoriums can lead to career opportunities. As someone who has been working for many years with the students in these schools, I have seen the incredible pride and sense of accomplishment they have when they're able to create these amazing sets, put on these superb performances, and display the talents they have to their whole community. We owe it to them to have someone consistently managing and caring for these spaces so that all the students that come through our school system in the future have the same assets available to them to show us what they can all accomplish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Next public speaks is from Mayani Lawson.
I don't see that community member present.
Okay. The next person is Jurgis Masad and Beth Kitzinger. Okay, perfect. Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. The next person is Amy Simon.
That community member is not online. That's an email that was sent to Dr. Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonds. The next public speaks is from Susan Bergen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Susan.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
I miss you all so much. I signed on because I wanted to say 2 quick things related to the meeting tonight. First, I asked the district to publish the February C&I committee fail data presentation on the website so parents don't need to Oprah it. And just to clarify, I'm not referring to the presentation from tonight's meeting. Parents have a right to see the CHS fail data when selecting courses for next year, which is happening right now. Given this data, my advice to parents is to refuse to register for any academic level courses. No matter how your student is doing, sign up for honors courses. I say that because over half of students in academic levels in some grades are failing. More than half. The academic levels are so broken that no student should take them. The CHS crisis may brew in younger grades, but the district still has a moral imperative to educate secondary students whose academic careers have been derailed by institutional failures. Second thing I want to say is to give some context about the formation of an executive committee, or EC. In years past, this board had an executive officer, but no EC. In fact, last year, 2 members of the current EC advocated to abolish the second vice president and executive board, stating that the executive board was damaging and prevented participation of the full board in decision-making. This year, those same members formed an EC, and this is an important change that shouldn't be made without recognizing a few things. First, having an EC is a departure from past board practice. It's a significant, undefined, and unrestrained expansion of power of the executive officers. The EC does not have a mission and meets weekly with the superintendent. EC agendas overlap with existing standing committees and should include the full board. In addition, this EC is an ad hoc committee. Under your bylaws, that means that it does not dissolve at the end of the year and it continues in perpetuity. Creating an EC should not be done without thoughtful discussion and a defined mission. It should not be an ad hoc committee and needs to have a defined purpose that doesn't encroach on the work of other committees or cover substantive matters that deserve the attention of the entire board. The current EC's approach has usurped power from the entire board and also drifted well into the operations of the district, which puts the entire board at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, we have Shannon Cuddle.
Hi, y'all. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Shannon.
Hey, good evening. I know it's late. First, I just want to thank you all and also say that in this late evening, it's 11:12 p.m. Just do a timestamp right now. For future reference, it's been a previous board practice that we do student public speaks first, and just giving late hours or notices. Just want to encourage us to continue that practice of best practices, that if we have students that want to do public speaks, seeing how this is the first one right now at this late hour, that we would elevate them first, perhaps even ahead of, we have done this in the past, of other practices or commitments. So just want to support that. So I just wanted to, in my effort to try to do best practices, I hope you all know, I'm all about sharing resources and information, and I've really done that in earnest. With board policies, there's a lot of discussion, but also wanted to raise up affirmative action on the 2260 policy in regards, and just ask if the new director of access and equity, Carrie Wobble, or Dr. Kevin Gilbert, the assistant soup, were involved in the conversation. It's best practices, right, to make sure that we get input ahead of board policies, even if they go to committee, right? So they go to committee, and our practices have been that we do research and information, and then they get uplifted through the board president and the executive committee to referral to first read, not just to put the boilerplate. But I also want to really raise that within that structure, that the language in there is a problem in a couple different areas, and not just here, but in other policies. So the affirmative action policy removes the affirmative action officer. That's a concern. Also because since there's a new NJAC 6A7 policy for equity and equality and equity in education, that's being considered on the Board of Education on the state level, which would require vests to be in place, and also our commitment to gender affirming language. And all of our policies by tonight, by the way, have not been gone through our gender affirming language commitment, and also wanted to concern that the policy for affirmative action does not adhere to policy 5756, our trans non-binary student policy, and 2422, our health and physical education policy that supports trans students. So make sure we go back and we affirm the student policies, that we've made a commitment to our LGBT plus student commitment for students, staff, and families, and we're affirming them as we look at these additional new languages. I know this is a new thing. I'm sorry. I know I'm over. But
Shannon, thank you so much. We do have a few more speakers on, and your 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much for logging on and staying up this late to talk with us tonight. Thank you.
and I hope you continue your commitment to LGBT.
Next up on Public Speaks is James McGregor.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi, James McGregor, South Orange. I'm going to speak about transportation. I know it's late and my comments echo some of the earlier speakers, so I will keep them brief. First, I want to thank the board for its decision at the last meeting around transportation. It was a step in the right direction on this issue for the district. I want to encourage you now to expand that transportation opportunity to as many students as possible. My child has been riding the white bus to Delia Bolden for the last 2 weeks. Her full-size school bus typically has 7 or 8 riders for each trip in the morning or afternoon. That means that another 40 or so students could be riding that bus to and from Bolden. It was heartening to hear transportation for 2023 to 2024 mentioned several times during tonight's meeting, but please don't wait until next year to figure all of this out. Please utilize the excess bus capacity that exists today to help as many students and families as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, James. The next Public Speaks is from Vanessa Lana.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. At this late hour, my name is Vanessa Liana. I'm a Maplewood resident and parent of an 8th grader at Maplewood Middle School. As mentioned earlier, a group of MMS parents sent you a letter that we hope you'll read. We trust that you have the answers to many of these questions about the facilities, and we look forward to your response. We made an effort to find these answers prior to submitting the letter, and we were unsuccessful, so we come to you with a communication request. We respectfully ask for timely and regular updates about the district's efforts to fix the MMS school building. We acknowledge that the district has provided information in the form of letters from Principal Dara Grinnell, updates on the district website during board education meetings, and during Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burnside's Q&A sessions with the PTA and HSA President's Council meetings. We truly appreciate this. However, at times these communications fall short, and they often occur in response to requests for information from the community after an incident has occurred. We are requesting more proactive communication. At the January Board of Education meeting, Mr. Burnside provided some really helpful updates, as he did tonight. And so we hope that we hope that you will be providing more regular updates along these lines. Perhaps this information can be made readily available and easily accessible to members of the community who are unable to attend board meetings or sift through hours of video recordings to find this information. We would also welcome the opportunity to start a dialogue with you about some ideas we have for how to do that. I heard another speaker earlier, Miss Lillian Harris, had some good suggestions about town halls and maybe public participation at in the subcommittees. Ultimately, we know that we are working towards the same goals to ensure that every student at MMS and in the district has the best possible educational experience, that learners reach their full potential and teachers maximize their instructional time in healthy and safe conditions. To that end, we look forward to partnering with you to help create a transparent flow of communication. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vanessa. The next person up for public speaks is Jeremy Katz.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So my name's Jeremy Katz. I am a Maplewood resident. We have two daughters. One is a 6-year-old at Clinton Elementary. The other is 4 years old and is in preschool. Noticed that your unpairing plan for Marshall and Bolden does not address the students who could have been assigned to Bolden as the nearest school had it been a K-5 school, as it will be going forward after the unpairing is completed. There are numerous families who are similarly impacted by the III rollout prior to Bolden being K-5. And as board member Vadlamani alluded to earlier, there are several families on our block with kids the same age who were all scattered to various schools throughout the district because Bolden was unavailable at the time of the III placement algorithm, despite all of us living literally one block from Bolden. So for our family, this is going to be an ongoing issue for a combined 9 years if you include our younger daughter's forthcoming K-5 experience. And because Bolden was not available when our daughter was placed by the algorithm, it appears we are permanently blocked from potentially attending Bolden forevermore. This is inequitable, and I strongly urge the board and Dr. Taylor to consider those impacted families as part of the unpairing plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And our last public speaks for the first individual hearing of delegates is Ben Vital.
You able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have 3 comments. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Taylor for a nice job on the integration initiative and a really nice job on tonight's report, and thank the board for supporting him in that work. Second comment is briefly just on busing, echo the remarks of some others and add a little bit of additional color. I would like the district to consider the urgent environmental problem of global warming and also traffic safety. I live near Marshall School. Far too many students are transported to and from school in private cars, and the car is often only carrying one student. This is not sustainable, neither literally nor figuratively. As you've heard, I support the integration initiative. In the 1960s, integration was referred to as busing, but the situation is different in 2023. There wasn't a climate emergency in 1960, but now there is. We need comprehensive busing, ideally using electric school buses bought or leased with federal or state money, but that's a problem for the future. Whatever it takes, we need, including modest tax increases, which I think the Board of School Estimate is willing to consider. We really need buses. Finally, the bulk of my remarks tonight will be about the revisions to Board Policy 8420 concerning security drills. In our most recent revision to that policy, we made important improvements that put students first. Drills should be announced in advance. I realize that the board is constrained by the requirements of State Law 18A 41-1, as recently amended by New Jersey State Senate Bill S 3726 from Senator Weinberg. Early drafts of that bill contained an important provision to require advance notice of drills to parents and students. That was removed before passage, unfortunately. However, the district is free to require advance announcements. I'd like to note that New Jersey is an extreme outlier in this area of security drills. We have one per month, which is more security drills than almost any other state. Combined with fire drills, that's 20 drills per year. At one point, the state of Kansas raised its number of drills to 16, but they considered that unworkable, and so they backed off to 9. We've got 20. The gun safety advocacy group, Every Town for Gun Safety, advocates that students not be involved in security drills at all. These drills should be left to teachers and staff, and sometimes limited to tabletop exercise. There is no evidence that student participation in these drills has any good effect, and there's lots of published evidence that there's bad effects on students' mental health. The Every Town group goes on to say that if districts or states do wrongheadedly insist on requiring students to participate, that they be given advance notice. They have a number of other good suggestions, and I propose that our district adopt all of them to the fullest extent allowed by law. I also call on the board, district, and members of our community to lobby the state to change the law and stop requiring student participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And that concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you care to respond?
Yes. I promise to be brief, but I will go quickly. Thank you to all the parents from Maplewood Middle School who shared their advocacy around their building's conditions. We have received your requests, and I did respond to it. And Mr. Burnside and Mr. Giglio and other key team members are working with us to develop the response, and they will be coming fairly soon. Just going quickly, I think both the board president and myself have responded around the 8420 and our commitment to fulfill our previous design on all the pieces that the governor has adopted that were a part of our I want to say launching before it became law. For those who are writing about the transportation settlement, that is still ongoing litigation, so I'm not able to comment on it, but of course, we acknowledge your concerns and your advocacy. Thank you for the compliments regarding our work on the intentional integration development thus far. It's a team effort. There's so many people who contribute to this work throughout the year, not just in preparing for a presentation. There was a question around how many sections of kindergarten do we expect to be at Bolden. I believe the number we used in our presentation was 75 students. If you look at our board policy on classroom size, I believe it nails down our kindergartens to a max of 18. So you can do that math to figure out what the approximate sections would be. Thank you to former board member Mizaki and all who shared their advocacy for a position dedicated to maintaining our auditoriums for the arts. I would say that I disagree with the statement that we have little to no skin in the game when it comes to the arts. The board just approved over $1 million of investments in multiple auditoriums with more on the horizon. I think that qualifies as a significant investment. And in our previous 2 budgets, we approved additional music teachers to help our students recover from those experiences lost during the pandemic. Thank you regarding the updated communications on construction and the repairs of Maplewood Middle. Mr. Burnside, I think folks have noticed that we've increased the updates that are coming live here and will also be included in the newsletters that are pushed out as a reflection of these meetings. That concludes my responses.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We will now transition to our committee reports. Board Member Eckert, could you lead us this evening with an update from the Personnel Committee?
I will also try to make this brief because I want to go to bed as much as everybody else in the audience does. So the Personnel Committee meeting met on Monday, February 13th. Former Board Member Bergen and Board President Whitletter were in attendance, along with myself, the committee chair. Board Member Wingfield was unable to attend. The new Director of Human Resources, Mr. Adedoyan, was briefly introduced at the beginning of the meeting. He left subsequently after a brief wave to everybody, as his first official day wasn't until the day after. We reviewed personnel agenda items that we can't discuss here in public session, but will be up for vote later this evening or morning. Some board members expressed concern about some resignations from staff, specifically those that have been employed for less than a year. The district confirmed that exit interviews have still been conducted in the absence of an HR director. We reviewed current vacancies, and some board members requested more details into how long positions have been open, in what departments, at what schools. This goes back to the conversation we had at the January personnel meeting regarding more data as it relates to personnel. At the moment, we don't seem to have much data readily available to help inform both short and long-term personnel strategy around recruitment, retention, and attrition. We had further conversations regarding some of the public speaks comments made at the January board meeting related to personnel. Some board members had requested data around the Aspiring Administrators Academy, including how many faculty members are currently enrolled, how many have applied for roles in the district since its inception. Some board members also requested data related to all faculty members in the past 2 years, specifically that have also applied for positions in district, and how many of them were hired for the positions they were applied for. We hope to review this at our next committee meeting. We closed out the meeting revisiting the discussion around committee objectives. We obviously want to tie in our objectives to support a current district goal. That said, there is no specific district goal this year regarding personnel, as there has been in years past. We certainly don't want to distract the district as they continue their work towards their current goals. Some board members did express that teacher retention should be a top priority, and we will continue to have follow-up conversations to nail down these committee objectives. That's all I have for personnel.
Thank you, Board Member Eckert. Does anyone have any questions for our Personnel Committee Chair? Okay, so now we'll move on to Board Member Gifford to do a policy update.
I just realized I need some water. I'm sorry. All right, the policy committee met February 7th with myself, Dr. Telesford, and board member Malaspina in attendance. Former board member Bergen was absent. Policies for second read adoption. All of these policies up for second read have no additional changes from the first read and are ready for adoption. Policies on for first read. We have 14 policies up for first read this month. I want to thank everyone in the community who has reached out to us already with some comments about some of our first read policies. We will take your comments and thoughts into consideration and bring them back to the appropriate committees for review and possible approval. We do 2 reads of our policies so that the public, staff, and students can provide comments and feedback prior to the second. I am now going to give a brief readout regarding the changes that have been made. Board members and community members, feel free to email me with any questions or wording suggestions. 2260, affirmative action. This policy is being updated to incorporate changes to the law, and we added gender-inclusive language and language to make sure our gender non-conforming students have access to the facilities of their choosing. 3321, acceptable use of computer networks, computers and resources by teaching staff members. This policy was updated to mirror the student policy, which we recently passed. 5440, honoring student achievement. We added language to this policy to recognize that student achievement is more than just getting good grades. We are excited to announce that we have finally worked out all the issues with the National Honor Society and have the advisor job description up for approval tonight. 5512, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. There were changes to the state's HIB law, so we needed to update our policy so we are in compliance. 5701, plagiarism. Alyssa is actually going to speak to this, but it is ready for first read. 5516, use of electronic communications and recording devices. This policy has gone through major revisions to reflect the fact that our students have easy access to electronic communications and recording devices. We customized the policy to how the schools are currently dealing with the devices thanks to the input from the administration. In elementary and middle schools, the devices need to be completely turned off and stored either in their backpack or lockers. In high school, we have given students more flexibility, but it should be stated that we do not allow any students to take video or audio recordings of any student or staff member without their permission, and they can face disciplinary action because of it. The video recording of student fights is not appropriate, and students may face disciplinary action according to our code of conduct. 7440, school district security. This was updated due to recommended changes from Strauss Esme. We did put in language to address the issues we have been having with students and staff members propping open doors. In the policy, they can now face disciplinary action for doing so. 8420, emergency and crisis situations. We recognize the public's concerns regarding the version of policy 8420 that is up for first read this evening. This is a revised version provided by our vendor that complies with a recent change to the related law. The board will be reviewing this version as well as the current version of the policy for discussion, but will not be voting on the new version tonight. The current policy will still be in effect while we work on gathering district and board input on revising the policy so that it includes the new legal mandates. After the revised version of the policy is approved by the board, Dr. Taylor and Mr. Valles, the District Security and Safety Director, will ensure that staff and administrators are trained in the requirements of the new policy and law. I do just want to underscore, there is nothing changing in terms of how we do our procedures now related to our drills. We have always stated this is a drill when the drill is occurring, and we will continue to do so. The new state law requires us to let parents know when a drill occurred, and we are already doing that, and so that is not changing. There is also currently language in the new policy which talks about providing appropriate mental and emotional supports for students. We are already doing that and will continue to do so. It's worth noting these laws have recently been updated to catch up to our district's policy, and that is due to the advocacy from many parents in this community. The following policies have been updated to reflect suggestions from Strauss Esme. 0152, board officers. 0161, call adjournment and cancellation. 0162, notice of board meeting. 2423, bilingual and ESL education. 2425, emergency virtual remote instruction. 8140, student enrollment. 8330, student records. 5200, attendance. 5710, student grievances. Lastly, Ms. Boudin and myself also discussed Strauss Esme recommendation and adopted the new policy process that reviews Strauss Esme version as is and eliminates the current process of redlining, which has been very cumbersome to our staff. A case in point is actually the 8420 emergency and crisis situation policy. The state law regarding school drills was updated in January 22, and we are only now as a district updating this policy in February 23. We must improve our policy process, and that is my aim as the new policy chair. With that said, all Strauss-Esme policy recommendations are highly scrutinized, and modifications will always be made when necessary to meet the particular needs of our district. Additionally, to recognize and memorialize previous boards' work, the Strauss-Esme version will always be presented along with existing versions of policies when they go for committee review. And that is all, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Gifford. Does anyone have questions for the Policy Committee Chair? Board Member Fadlamani.
I mean, I find it extremely concerning that such a huge change would be made to how policies are handled within the first week of, getting onto, at the very first meeting of the new board. I mean, it's extremely concerning because of those changes, we have all these problems. So like problem number one, we don't know what the changes are. Problem number two, you say we scrutinize everything that comes from Strauss-Esme and put it back in. Clearly that's not true because in our thing, we were very clear, our community was very clear that we do not want resource officers, and that language has been put back in into the policy. Problem number three, we have these, let me give you policies that are up for first read. I have no idea which committee they're going to. I mean, you claim that 7440 and 8420 came to FFT, I mean, but the minutes don't reflect that. The only one that came to FFT was 8330. So, it's quite possible that, this is the first time it's happening and, there's the mistakes happen. Fine, whatever it is. But if this is the new way we're going to handle policy, I have a serious problem with the policy committee. Because this is impacting not just one policy, but across the board. And on top of that, I mean, I got an email, well, whatever, that's private, so I will not bring that up. But anyway, I have serious concerns. So hopefully we'll, fix them as we go along and take care of that.
Dr. Taylor, do you care to comment specifically about like some of the recommended changes that really were district driven? And I know Strauss-Esme is actually conducting an analysis to show how many policies we're actually not in compliance with so that we can start. That's why we have 14 up for first read this evening. But if you could just kind of provide some of that reasoning, I think that would be really helpful.
Sure. So I think that the committee chair, and I know in our previous, I believe, Friday packet, we shared the review and discussion that occurred after we as a district admin had a meeting with Strauss-Esme. And Strauss-Esme definitely expressed very significant concern with our methodology for changing and adjusting and redlining the policies that they share with us, because of course, they are lawyers who work on this for a living and we pay for their services. And some of the changes are so significant. They were suggesting that they review the changes that we make to the documents that they give us originally, creating a cycle that, again, significantly slows us down and it stops us from being able to hold them accountable to the policies that they create based on changes to the law. Additionally, one thing that I think has been shared a few times is that the shifting of policies is very, very time consuming for district staff. We, of course, are all hard workers, and you can see from today, just with the voluminous, artifacts that we create and are happy to share, but just the time that it takes for key staff members to be involved with the redlining of policies is concerning. And additionally, I think that one of the things that we think has been helpful is having Strauss-Esme come to our committee meetings to talk about that and talk about the significance of even small changes. I know that that there are customizations that we know are needed, right? That reflect our values, and we can continue to do that. But I think that the capstone of this concern is also that we are responsible for these policies, right? We are legally responsible for them. And NJQSAC, which is the review of our school district by our county executive superintendent, is going to entail a very detailed review of our policies. And I know in the past in this district and others, when that time rapidly approaches, and we should expect it next year, we've seen districts that adopt 200 policies at a board meeting because we're behind, right? Because we're so thoughtful and we care so much about what we're doing, it slows down the expected pipeline. And so prior to my arrival, there was an audit done on our policies to determine the work that needed to be done. And I think that we're in the middle of that again, just to make sure that, this is what our governance is supposed to do. It's supposed to provide policies that direct our educators and our parents and keep us in line with what we're legally obligated for. So again, it's a tough conversation. I think that the happy medium of providing the previous doc and the proposed shift from Strauss-Esme, we talked about in committee that there are digital ways for you to see the differences between those two documents as a personal reviewer of those documents without us having to go through the heavy redlining of those documents. And I know that that is probably less transparent than our current process, but I don't think that that is sustainable. So I'm happy to hear recommendations around the way to digitally review the two documents and compare them for board members on an individual basis. I think that would be a more reasonable approach and also put us at give us less exposure as a district.
Dr. Telesford.
I'll just say that during our first policy meeting, we did discuss the whole process of redlining, and I along with Board Member Bergen, strongly support the idea of redlining because it shows the values of our community and keeping that as a part of our process. Just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tough conversation. And one thing that we also talked about was developing perhaps a system of holding the previous pieces, right? So that you preserve the work of previous boards. But it's just, if I think for those who were involved with the discussion was Strauss-Esme, and they're shocked and awe at what we do with our policy process, they had never seen that before, right? Like we were basically, in some cases, threatening what they had given us, what we paid them to give us. And that was kind of an eye-opening moment for me. But I think that, again, it's a tough call, but we have to be in compliance.
So I think we have a basic
Board Member Vadlamani.
Thanks. So I think there's a basic problem here between, I think we're confusing qualitative changes versus quantitative changes. Yes, agreed that we need to do as many quantitative changes as possible. But frankly speaking, I don't care what Strauss-Esme thinks. As far as I'm concerned, they're just a vendor. They are a vendor, no different than Power School or whatever it is. It is our job, the board's job, to write policy. If we are outsourcing that, then we might as well outsource everything else. That is the core job and the only job that we are held responsible for. So we need to make sure that everything in there is correct and it is done correctly. And if you're worrying about, technology and helping us track stuff, that's a solved problem. We do this all the time in corporations. We have a Word document, open up tracking, that's right, automatic redlining. You don't need these complex scenarios to do it. So instead of coming out to the board and asking for solutions on how to solve the real problem, which is we're going very slowly, you've gotten rid of the most important thing that's happening in the policy.
Board Member Malaspina.
I have to push back a little here because we are not experts. We cannot write policy on school safety. We don't know those laws. We don't know all of that. That is why we have companies that come in here to help us. That is why we have those things, because we should not be doing those type of things, because that's what leads us to getting into trouble. That is why we have companies that are made up of lawyers that help us write these policies. It is not our job and it's not our legal responsibility. Ms. Fabrez, you're a attorney. Have you ever seen a district that has not used a company and it's written all of their own policies?
Yeah, some small districts do write their own policies, but they do also enlist help from, they'll look at other districts and model policies, and the citations are at the very end where the law is cited. They'll consult their own board attorney. I've customized policies, even that Strauss-Esme or New Jersey school boards have developed because you want to match your unique community's, interests and whatnot. So I do agree that it's very helpful to use those vendors because it saves a lot of time and it is very time consuming. But I think that, while they recommend all these recommended changes as the law evolves or changes, the board members through the policy committee should be reviewing those changes. Now, again, you're not going to go through them with the same intensity that Strauss-Esme is, right? You're going to defer to them a lot, but you are going to review them because ultimately you have to vote to approve them. So there's going to be some oversight in the policy committee, but I do agree that Strauss-Esme and New Jersey school boards, very, very helpful because there's a huge volume of policies. And so I think it really goes hand in hand.
Thank you. I would like to also state that we're not just doing this and just making it up. I mean, we're looking at the Strauss-Esme version. We see both versions, and then we make the changes based on that. It is not that nobody has said that in any of these discussions that we are going to completely get rid of stuff that previous boards have done. Nowhere in any of the discussions in policy committee, in anywhere else was that stated. And so I want to clear up that misconception. Now, some changes might be made in the policy that is being questioned. It's being made because we are the gold standard. The law that wasn't there when it was written is now there that incorporates all of what we wrote into that policy. So the need isn't as great for that to occur. But no one has stated that we will be we will not look at the past work that boards have done. We understand that. I think everybody in the policy committee understood that, and every conversation we have had has not said that we would do that. So I want to clear up that misconception because I think some board members have it, and I want to make sure that we're okay on that.
And sorry, due to the hour, and I wasn't going to, Robert's Rules of Order, we're supposed to limit our responses to 2 responses per topic. So to avoid a lot of the back and forth, let's make sure that when we're speaking that it's something that we really want to convey and that we're not getting into these back and forth debates that are taking us in a circle. So I want to make sure everyone's voices are heard, but let's limit the amount of time.
So
Sorry, Board Member Vadlamani.
Thank you.
You're out of order. No, you've already spoken twice. So Dr. Telesford, did you want to speak again?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, yes, we can look to Strauss-Esme to provide us with information, but then we can craft a policy, edit it, and then we consult our board attorney. So we don't have to really rely on Strauss-Esme to really give us things. They can provide us with a framework, but it really is all going to be our work and then working with our board attorney to make sure our policy is legally compliant.
Are there any other?
I am asking for closed discussion on this topic and move. I'm making a motion.
Because I wasn't enforcing it the whole meeting. Board Member Vadlamani, this is the last speak on this.
So I'm surprised that somebody who fought so much for, having open discussion and squelching of conversation is doing that right now.
Point of order.
Board Member Vadlamani, this is a personal attack, so you're out of order.
Let me finish. If I can finish, then I'll let you give it back to you. I've read the Roberts rules too. Yeah, there's nothing. Yes, as long as people follow the order in which they do it, the discussion can continue for as long as you want, till somebody says, hey, let's stop discussion, and you take a vote. So therefore, telling me that only you get one attempt or 2 attempts is not sufficient. This
Board
is
Member Vadlamani,
it's an important enough topic. It's an important enough topic to spend time on.
Board Member Vadlamani, there's no personal attacks. If you please confine your remarks to the topic of discussion and proceed with that.
I said what you mentioned was not correct,
Okay,
in my opinion.
we're going
I
to
did not
move
say
on
that
from
you
this
would,
conversation. Okay.
Yeah, I disagree
Point
with
of
what you
order,
just
I'd
said.
like to move to close discussion.
Okay, so,
Can I just finish one more time? Can I even give a rebuttal about all the wrong things that has been brought up?
No.
Okay, think about it. If what we're doing is right in the policy, how did we manage to get, what policy is this? 7440 to include resource officers? How did we include 8420 not having words like, so this is what we did in the previous policy. I'm not saying we, I mean, I wasn't there, but somebody did it before me, is that care for students drills must be prioritized and included, et cetera, including but not limited to students with IEP and 504 plans. This is language that we put in to show that we care a little bit more than what the boilerplate says. And that language is gone. Law enforcement personnel will be present for at least one school security drill, et cetera, and may be advisable. That language is gone. I mean, I like efficiency. Listen, don't get me wrong. I mean, I work in, super efficient places. But this is silly. We're trying to get rid of our values for efficiency. Yes, so there are multiple innovative ways to solve this problem. My problem is that nobody reached out to the board to get those solutions in. And they're like, oh, let's just throw it away and let's use Scout's Esme. It doesn't make sense.
thank you for your feedback. Is there anyone else on the board who has questions for Board Member Gifford? Okay, so we will now turn it over to Second VP Duval Wilson to go through the FFT meeting minutes.
Okay, on February 15th, the FFT committee met along with myself, board members Bill Gifford, Arun Badlamani, and President Caitlin Whitlitter were in attendance. We had our 2021-2022 audit review and update, which we all experienced, so I'm not going to go into it. For transportation, we want to remind the public that we're working hard on our Board of School Estimate presentation. Thank you to the administration for all the work that they've done on it, so that we can present our budget request with concise details to back it up for funds needed to provide more transportation for students in the district. As such, we had a very long constructive conversation with Janine Burns, who's from Sussex County Cooperative, which helps us work with bus companies to provide us with transportation. We reviewed the following: the Consumer Price Index on bus costs, which is 5.68% for the school year 23-24. If Belair decides to extend their annual contract with us, this is the rate we will receive. Belair is the main transportation company that we use, and there's no limit to the number of years we can renew with one bus company. The bidding process was explained, and in March is when we'll learn if the Belair contract is renewed. The process for assigning bus aides was also discussed and their costs. Subscription transportation was discussed. As we know, the Board of School Estimate wanted us to investigate this more, and now we have an understanding of costs, timelines, and best practices for managing it in-house versus letting Sussex County Cooperative manage the process. We also discussed the latest update on bus and driver shortages and learned that there's a surplus of buses, but driver shortages and the time it takes to train a new driver are what create current challenges. For the budget, 2022-23 budget, we discussed that we have to pull out $4.3 million to cover costs for the rest of this year, and that transfer will take place after April 1st. The line items that have impacted our 2022-23 budget include aides, paraprofessionals for 504s and IEPs, transportation, out-of-district placements and driven by litigation, and health insurance. For the upcoming 23-24 school year budget, we discussed that we need $4 million additional dollars, and we do not have it. This is an issue that we take very seriously, and we've asked the district to evaluate this further, as we also have COVID relief funds that are unused and can still be accessed in 2023 and 24. We are awaiting an analysis of our school year 23-24 budget, and we want to have a full analysis of the carryover funds on the ESSR funds, CARES Act, the ESSER 2 fund, and ARP Act, American Rescue Plan. So those are the grants we'd like to have an analysis on, and we'll be discussing bringing this issue to the Board of School Estimate potentially. We approved our 2 committee goals, which align with the FFT's district goals. So appreciate that we received this handy review from a middle school HSA community, because our One of our goals is to review repairs and enhancements that remain for the high school and middle schools that are not part of the long-range facility plan, to see what are critical issues that we could potentially budget for or find grants for in the 23-24 school year. So again, thank you to the MMS HSA for giving us their concerns, and we will take them into consideration. Our second goal is to take a deep dive of legal bills to look at trends and create a year-over-year legal spending trend analysis, which we hope can further support how to cut down on costs and put money towards additional FFT needs. Lastly, we discussed the auditorium's position. We understand the community's concerns. Thank you to everyone who spoke about it tonight in Public Speaks. We discussed the idea of having a designated employee to handle this for the district. More research will be done on the issue to come up with a final decision.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for our FFT committee chair, Board Member Vadlamani?
So I support FFT chair's point about looking into the ESSR funds to see what we can do with that, because I mean, maybe it's already allocated, maybe it's earmarked, but it clearly is an outlier where a huge chunk of it is sitting out there. Maybe, so we should look at that and see how we can use that. That's number one. And the second thing is, you know, back on the audit that we had, the audit presentation we had. I mean, the last point in the minute should be giving us a good thing is that the Fed government is coming to audit us, whatever. And we have about a bunch of audits that happen all through the year, and that should actually give us more confidence that our books are being run quite well, because we go through so many audits and things are still going well. So I just want to point that out and again commend the business office.
Student Rep Noah Moros.
Sorry, I just have like a 6-hour debate for a class tomorrow, so I was just wondering if I could.
Oh yeah.
Please go home.
Thank you.
Great.
Good
Thank
luck.
you. Have a
We
good night.
wish we could join you. You're the best, Noah. Thank you.
Are you?
Oh, it's my turn? Oh, sorry. I don't know.
VP Malaspina.
Sorry, I'm a little tired. The CNI committee met on February 9th at 6:30. It was a long and an in-depth meeting. Myself, Regina, and Nubia were there, along with Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gilbert, Ms. Bodnar, and Ms. Budine were also in attendance. We had a humanities class overview presentation from Mr. Preston and Dr. Bean folks about the humanities classes, which is doing a great job supporting our 9th graders as they enter the high school. The classes are 2 periods and composed of a history teacher, an English teacher, a special ed teacher, who all work together with the students. We currently have 54 students in the program, and we're looking at ways to expand it in the future. We had an opportunity to quickly view the CHS first marking period pass-fail data. We have shared the data with the rest of the board, and we developed a list of questions, and we received some feedback, and we are waiting some more from the administration. I will echo the sentiment of ex-board member Susan Bergen, that the data is rather concerning, and we will soon be getting Q2 information. And my hope, like hers, was that we can look forward to towards finding a way to make it public. Ms. Budine talked to us about the district's suicide threat assessment standard operating procedures, say that 5 times, and how we use the Columbia screener as our model. The staff is involved in making the staff that is involved in making threat assessments have been trained on the new procedures, and we plan on training more staff and administrators shortly. CNI reviewed several policies that are on the agenda for first read. We talked a lot about our plagiarism policy, especially with the new AI technologies that are becoming available. The new the new language acknowledges the impact of the new and emerging technologies, particularly AR-based large language models like Google LAMDA and Open AI's ChatGPT on the issue of plagiarism. The language encourages teachers in the district to adapt to and embrace the use of advanced technologies while recognizing that they can bring both productivity benefits and pedagogical challenges. The language offers 2 options for educators regarding the use of AI in their courses, with specific guidance provided for each option. Overall, the language reflects an awareness of the ongoing evolution of technology and the impact on education. And I can thank ChatGPT for writing that little synopsis for us. I want to thank SOMEA for bringing some concerns about the STAR Renaissance test to our attention. While the committee understands and agrees with many of the concerns about formative assessments, they are also an essential tool in helping us to identify students who need more support. The administration will be talking with the company about the issues with the test questions that were brought to our attention, and we look forward to the district looking at other potential options. We also spoke about the district's phonics curriculum, which we brought up again tonight. And we have asked the administration to put together either a curriculum night or a possible town hall event around our reading curriculum in the elementary schools. We're on our way there, and we should have more information soon about that, but it will be coming. I left the meeting at 8:50 p.m. and Nubia took over the Marshall Jefferson unpairing discussion, but there's nothing to add because we have talked it all through tonight. And that concludes my readout. Any questions? Yes.
Dr. Telesford?
I guess, how much discussion do we have on the CHS pass-fail data at the meeting?
We did not have a chance to have very much discussions about it, and we're waiting for Q2.
All right. I noticed that, at least in the data committee, there was the CNI will be looking at a lot of raw data. Do you think that it will be better to at least have some sort of discussions about analyses on some of that data ahead of time so that you can have, I guess, more in-depth conversations during CNI as opposed to just looking at the raw data where you're just looking at a bunch of numbers and percentages?
I think that's a discussion you and I can have offline, because I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's 12 at night, and I don't think I'm fully understanding what you're asking me, but I just want to understand more where you're coming from.
I'm just saying that I've seen, I guess, when we discussed some of the data that CNI is looking at, they were going to get raw data, and you're going to be looking at raw data.
Okay.
But then that may not be the best form to look at it, because then you may not be able to ask certain questions, because you will always have, can we look at it this way? Can we look at it this way? But then once you get it that way, there's another question that's right after that. And you won't get to that question because you're only looking at the raw form, and then you get that first question. Yeah.
I get a little more what you're saying, and I'd love to talk to you about like examples of showing some examples so that we can have a discussion on the best way to look at it. I'm fully in agreement that we have to work on how we look at the data. So if there is a way that you can help, let's talk about it. But I don't think we need to do it.
Right, not right now, but I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your thoughts, and let's talk about it and figure out how we can do it.
Okay.
There, Dr. Vadlamani, Board Member Vadlamani.
I did go to grad school, okay. I have a question about the suicide threat assessment standard operating procedure. No, well, in that topic. And I'm not sure if if the previous board talked about it or not, but at some time back, we talked about getting Gaggle in-house, and we agreed, whatever, we at least talked about it. And then it just disappeared. So it may have happened in the previous board. I mean, I'm not sure, because till recently, I never paid much. So has that been decided to not be implemented?
It has not. Dr. Taylor, maybe you can answer that.
Yeah. So I think our last update on that, and I believe I let our student reps share that we wanted to have a more involved conversation with more stakeholders before we made that type of adoption, and we wanted to make it if we were to move forward with it, to start the year with the conversation, not have it mid-year. And so we've tabled that until we approach the late spring and summertime to have more involved conversations about it. We're also seeking advice from our solicitor about it, because there are certain notifications that you should give people when you give them devices. If those devices have instruments such as gaggle on it, that's a best practice, and we wouldn't want to do that midstream.
Any other questions for the CNI committee chair? Okay. All right, so now we'll move on to, I know the ad hoc committees convened, and I wasn't sure if you guys had anything prepared to read out. I'll start with you, Dr. Telesford. If you could share the data and technology meeting minutes, that would be great.
Yes. The Data and Technology Committee met, oh, sorry, this is the wrong documents. Apologize. Here we go. We met on February 6th at 6:30. A board member Vadlamani and myself, along with the SLT, met. Board member Wingfield could not attend, but that was just due to the time. We discussed the mission of the committee. I guess the main mission of the committee is kind of what I sent in that email to the board. We want to focus more on analytics and analysis so that the other committees can have more in-depth discussions, so that we're not asking very basic questions about how the data is presented to us. So we want to make one of the goals of that committee is to kind of do that rudimentary, I guess, data massaging to make sure that when it goes out to the different committees, they can just ask the straight questions that will get to the heart of the matter. And that's kind of like the main goal. And then we talked about, I guess, a few things. For instance, we talked about the pass-fail report, how they had Q1 and Q2, and how Q1 they had the raw data going to CNI, and the Q2 was not ready, but that will be ready next month, apparently. Then we also talked about Cougar Academies and Humanities. Again, that was just more raw data. So there's lots of, I guess, things that we're getting lots of data coming in, and we're going to have to start looking at that. Look at Start Strong. We started discussing Start Strong, and also the beginning of the integration initiative survey data. We did mention that whole idea of how do we increase response rates, and also one of the things I was interested in looking at is, can we start to map this across the district to start looking at, are there areas in our geography where we're getting more or less responses, and then can we focus on those communities? We had a brief discussion about the Bolden Marshall unpairing, and we've had a full discussion about that. And then we also talked about Dr. Fergus's artifact collection. One of the things, I guess, a goal I have for this year is that we bring in a consultant and we learn a lot from them, and we should start to learn some of their practices. And I think one of the things that we can learn from Dr. Fergus is looking at patterns in our school district to see, are we seeing any sort of inequities? And then we can start doing that ourselves and doing our own self-assessment. So that's one of the things that we want to have, is have Dr. Fergus come to one of our data committees so he can start to talk in depth about some of those things. Our next data committee will be on March 14th, and that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Dr. Telesford. Does anyone have any questions for the Data and Technology Committee Chair? Okay. All right, so now we're going to move on to Board Member Eckert again for the Special Services readout.
It's the last one, I promise, if anybody is even still awake anymore. The Special Services Ad Hoc Committee held their first meeting of the year on Thursday, February 16th. Dr. Telesford and now former Board Member Bergen were in attendance, along with myself, the committee chair. We actually spent a good portion of the meeting dedicated to Ms. Budine's presentation on special education and related services. While former Board Member Bergen was on the committee last year, Dr. Telesford and I are new to the committee. Super beneficial to get an understanding on special education and the codes and the mandates that we work with. We spent a few minutes just discussing the purpose of the special ad hoc committee, which focuses on the following. And I'm just kind of saying this as an FYI for myself. I thought it was really informative, but also for those out there. Long-term strategic planning, including working with Dr. Telesford on data analysis, more focusing on the overarching issues versus the day-to-day components. Obviously, we're not duplicating CPAC's work. We keep teaching and learning issues related to special education to the CNI committee, and of course, to bring attention to important items. We closed out the meeting discussing potential committee objectives for this year, and at a high level, what are some general issues we need to address, such as paraprofessionals, a growth in expenditures in this department, and appropriately planning for this in our budget, and what additional staffing may be needed moving forward. That's of course not to say there aren't other very important issues we need to and will address with input from this committee, our newly reinstated CPAC liaison, and the continued advocacy efforts of CPAC and our community. On that note, I wanted to call out that during the action portion of this meeting this morning, we will be officially voting on the CPAC liaison, which Dr. Telesford has raised his hand to fill that role. We'll also be voting on Dr. Telesford actually taking over as chair of the Special Services Committee after a conversation with Board President Whitletter, understanding that both the liaison and committee chair roles play such a big part in setting the agenda for committee meetings and communicating out to the rest of the board. We believe having one person take both roles will help with continuity and would best serve our special education community. All that to say, I will still be playing a very active role, attending CPAC chats, as I can, and just, still being very involved, but we're super excited about that update. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Board Member Valdemandi.
So, given that all of us are at some level elected people and, politicians at heart, I must commend you for very willingly giving up your chairmanship of the Special Education Committee, because obviously everyone feels that they can make a big difference and they want to be more in control. But it's very nice to see that you recognize that, the liaison and the committee chair should be one and the same. So, thanks.
I just also want to say that, to clarify, that doesn't mean that it's not important to me. It doesn't show my disinterest or non-commitment to it, but thinking about the board as a whole, I think we can all agree it'll be more effective that way. I was just also wanted to clarify for the two last standing members, but everybody, of course.
Dr. Telesford?
I just want you to know we know that you have a very full plate, so it's not a matter of your commitment. So it's just a matter of you want to sleep too.
Okay, so I think we've now finished our committee reports and we're ready for the action portion of the meeting. And I'm going to hand it over. Oh, okay.
It's very actionable,
Yes.
very actionable.
So I'm going to hand over the meeting to Dr. Taylor to lead us through the action portion.
All right, thank you to our board president, and thank you for the lively conversation and feedback. Board members, you have the following resolutions that await your action. I present to you for consideration. I did not receive any requests to sever. Okay, correct. We present to the board for consideration 4410 through 4424. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so it appears to be, no, do I say all in favor? Okay, okay, we're now in discussion for the above mentioned items. Sorry, folks. So. So, all right.
Does this include the calendar change? No.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it's 4410 through 4424, all of your actionable items. You have two hand carries pending as well.
Okay, so then a quick comment. I mean, I'm glad that we're adding Eid as a holiday in the calendar. I mean, I know we've said it multiple times, but it's also good to see that, we are recognizing that there are more people joining the community who have different holidays than what were happening previously. Thanks.
Can I?
Board Member Malaspina?
Two things. One, I agree with you. I'm very happy with that change. And I want to give a shout out. I know some of the students were here tonight and due to the late hour, did not get to speak. I saw Caleb Salmon, who was here. He did a lot of the work on bringing this to pass and advocating, and we really appreciate it. And we appreciate the parents who also came forward to discuss that. So I didn't want to let that go because I did see some children here and I want to give them the recognition they deserve. The other is a question that I'm about parliamentary procedure, maybe. There is a request that we received from the Mapso Freedom School to also have a liaison. I don't know if we want to add that right now, or can we, to this, what we already have here, the committee structure, or do we do that later?
I will yield to our solicitor, but my thought would be that to amend a resolution that's already typed and written and advertised would be a challenge. There's another group that the board would want to consider, or that is being discussed to be considered, another liaison group similar to CPAC.
Can we just make a motion to, sorry.
Perhaps after you have already closed out these actions, that would be the cleanest way to consider it, perhaps.
Okay, so
the process would be, we would take action on the resolutions that we're currently voting for, and then we could take a,
Okay, thank you.
But you could just, after we take action, then a board member could make a motion. Pardon?
I would recommend that it happens in new business.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Discussion's over.
Seeing no further questions or comments, so we'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on resolutions 4410 through 4424?
Yes. Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Ackert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board members, you have two hand carries, and our solicitors recommending that we do the resolutions one at a time. Coming to you right now. Thank you, board members. We present for your consideration Resolution 4425, HIB Appeal number 235202 underscore CHS underscore 0929 2022. Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Burns. Oh, sorry.
We can.
All right.
We can't discuss in public, so it would go to Mr. Burnside.
Yep, Mr. Burnside, if you could take the roll, please, for Resolution 4425.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Hello again, board members. We present to you again for hand carry 4426 SOMEA grievance. And again, we are not able to discuss this in public. Do I have a second?
Second. Mr. Burnside, can you please call a roll for Resolution 4426?
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Oh, no.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Please note for the record that I am recused from voting on this.
That concludes the action portion of the meeting. So now we will begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. And I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record.
There's no one first.
We do have 2 audio public comments. So we'll start with Shannon Cuddle.
Hi, all. Can you hear me this morning?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi. So sorry, I was told my mic might not have been clear. So you know, I don't want to be, you know, carrying up at the end of the night here. I've been here, so like, thank you all, and for the new ones, welcome to breaking it in. With all due respect, just to kind of encapsulate my comments before, I'm not going to go back into that, but as far as 2260 and tying it to policy 5756, which is our trans and non-binary student policy, and 2422, health and physical education, which also incorporates our students, trans and LGBTQ plus and non-binary student policy. That's important. So as you are looking forward, right, I'm all about taking teachable moments and providing resources, and I will follow up to all of you in email with what I've said and links. I just don't want to bother your inboxes ahead of time, but in my effort of always wanting to make sure you all have the best things ahead, I do want to just, again, make sure we have a clear understanding that all of our policies and best practices have gone to gender neutral language. So as we're looking to all of our policies, even as it could come from stress as made to look at that, but also as we're looking at this affirmative action, as we're looking at anything that we're looking towards a lens of tying into policies, we're already supporting LGBTQ plus students and families and all students. And the importance of doing that is including the language, again, is because in our dual commitment of making sure that that's embedded, because what we do now as board members in our policy, whether in making sure that folks, staff and school personnel, families and students understand the policy with regulations and codes by specific understanding of where they can link to learn more. It also means when we add inclusive language, we repeatedly do that to ensure that we are keeping with our commitment, because those that come after us need to understand where we come before us. So again, I'm just trying to assure, because I wasn't sure if my mic came across clear before, because I was told it was a little bit spotty, that the importance of having that language and changing, again, it's not gender nonconforming, it's non-binary, it's not just male and female, it's transgender, non-binary, and students of sexual orientation, gender identity as a whole, and that language is inclusive. We've made that a commitment. So thank you for that and moving forward, and I'm always here as a resource. So thank you so much for that commitment, and I will share those resources for you. And have a good morning and a good night.
Thank you, Shannon. And our last audio public speaks is from Dennis Kearney.
Hi, this is Dennis Kearney from Maplewood, New Jersey. I'm joining tonight to express my gratitude to Board Member Vadlamani for so forcefully stating what seems obvious to those of us watching tonight's meeting. Of course, policy changes should be presented to the public with changes tracked for transparency. And of course, there's software to do that in a way that's efficient and not labor intensive. Of course, it's the role of the board to ensure that the district's policies reflect the values of the constituents that elected you. And of course, you should carry forward the carefully crafted policy language that reflects those values. And of course, you should ensure that you're not accidentally including language that adds the ability to hire school resource officers in a way that lacks accountability and contradicts the campaign promises of so many of you. I'm fully confident that the policy committee can achieve its objectives without acting as a rubber stamp of approval on boilerplate policies put forth by a disinterested third-party vendor. And we all look forward to seeing improvements in this process at future meetings. Thank you for your time.
And we have one more in-person public speaks from, yeah,
come on.
Malia Herman.
It's a little face on, there you go. Okay.
Okay, it's on. Malia Herman from Maplewood. I just wanted to say quickly, thank you, Mr. Gifford, for your explanation of the policy that you're working on. And thank you also to Dr. Telesford for stepping forward to be our liaison. We look forward to working with you, and also as chair of the Special Services Committee. And Ms. Eckerd, thank you for your service. We will miss you. And the presentation that you mentioned that Ms. Budine gave you is really, really informative, as you mentioned, and it would be wonderful if the entire committee were able to do that. So thank you all, and hopefully we'll be talking soon.
Thank you so much. And so that concludes our last public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you want to comment?
Yeah, just briefly. I just wanted to point out that language in that policy around SROs says may. It says that the board may do that. It doesn't say that the board will do that. It just speaks about the opportunity for the board, or any board has the legal authority to do so, and it can be removed if the board so chooses to.
Okay. So now we are moving on to new business. Does anyone have any new business? Okay, Board Member Gifford.
No, I swear this will be quick. So we received a letter from the Mapso Freedom School requesting a liaison, so I'd like to make a motion to do so.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Burnside? Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting, I'm so sorry. Can we have discussion on this, please? And Board Member Vadlamani.
So, I mean, I have no idea what Mapso Freedom School was till I looked it up on the website right now. And it seems worthy, it seems nice, but it seems like a startup as compared to all the other worthy organizations who have liaisons. I mean, yes, we should look at the work they do, but we should also look at how much work they do. You go to their website, it is bare bones. They give no examples of what's happening. They have no financial reports. I don't know how much money they make or give out. They have none of those things available there. Same thing if you go to CPAC, it's filled with all this information. You go to Achieve, it's filled with all this information. CPAC even translates it for other people. So all I'm trying to point out is that just because an organization is worthy, there are many of them, does not mean we need to have a liaison for that. If it's big, if it's worthy and it's big, fantastic, let's do that. This is, I mean, very worthy, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they do very good work, but they're like, 3-4 people, I don't even see the finances anywhere. Maybe they put out maybe, I don't know, to $100,000 or $10,000. We're talking about Achieve that is doing much larger and CPAC is much larger. So my view is that we should not be having liaison to, definitely not to Maps of Freedom School.
Dr. Telesford?
I just think this motion is, I guess, too quick because we only got this email today, and then it's dated from 2018 to Elizabeth Baker. So it wasn't even a current, letter to the board. So, and when you go to the website or their Facebook page, I was just looking at that, some of their events are from 2022 last year. And so I guess I feel as though we need more discussion and more time to really fully consider this idea of creating a liaison position for this.
So I'm just hearing about this today, but my just feedback is if this is not an organization that's well-known, I would recommend giving it some time because, one, remember, you are attributing the school district's name to this organization by creating a liaison. So you really want to make sure you know what this organization is embedded in. And I mean, unless there's some urgency, my recommendation would be take your time, do your homework, because you are affiliating the school district and its reputation with an organization. So food for thought, but remember also, you also want to be careful of whether or not there's any ties that might not be within the same interest of this organization. So food for thought, but unless there's some urgency, my recommendation is really do your research and have a full discussion with the entire board. Even bring in members of administration, maybe they might have some more knowledge too about the organization. Reach out to community members. I would fully vet this before you attach the school district to it.
You want to go to?
Oh.
This is actually a very well-known organization. I'm sorry that you're not familiar with them. They actually used to do professional development for year one teachers for the district. So they were trusted enough to give professional development for our new teachers a few years ago. So they give a lot of, access and equity training. They've been a real advocate for our students, and I've done my homework. The community is very aware of their work. They're an established nonprofit. It's really a no-brainer.
Board Member Duvall-Wilson.
Well, one, I was going to ask Bill to just talk a little bit more for those that were unaware, which you've done, and if there's anything else that you think you should add, go for it. But what I was going to say is I've heard of them. I think the fact that our most at-risk students at the high school are Black students, and this organization was created by educators, Columbia alumni, as well as parents and students. I think that I don't hear a lot of solutions, concrete solutions right now about how we're helping our Black students. I'm not saying that it hasn't been discussed in the past years before I've been on the board behind closed doors, but from a public-facing standpoint, I think we do need to start taking action, and if there's an opportunity on the table, and if there's a group of students and parents and families and educators that are saying, hey, we think we can make a difference. We think being able to be more connected to the board is going to help our Black students. Turning our back on that, I think, is a huge disservice to this community. And by dragging our feet, having more conversations, I don't really know if that's the best interest of our Black students. And maybe it could be a knee-jerk reaction to some, but if there is outreach and interest in being a liaison or having a liaison for them, I think that we should honor that.
Board Member Malaspina, then Board Member Eckert.
I had the opportunity to visit them recently and invited all board members to attend a meeting, and I will say it was powerful. It was relevant. It was right after I highly recommend that you come to one of the Saturday schools. They run Saturday schools for the children, not only in our school district, but also for other children that want to come from other towns that talk about racial issues, talk about how we can work together as a community to change things, to make things better. I was blown away by the conversations that I experienced. They do PD and development for teachers. I have been part of a book study at one point when I was an educator, before I was on the board, that they ran, which was incredible, about policing and how we do policing in our district, not in our district, in America. They also do, they do PD for, like, not professional development. I can't even talk anymore. They do trainings for students. They run amazing trainings for students. And it's not only just, it's majority Black students, but there are opportunities for all students to be involved in the conversations and be there and be part of these conversations that need to be had in our society. And this is a group that is doing that, and that is doing it in our school buildings. So to say that we are not, they've given PD and we are giving up our school buildings. So to have a liaison, I just think that they want, and they've been asking for since 2018, is not something that should be even a question. I don't understand how we're even questioning this.
Board Member Eckert.
I just want to say, I don't actually think it's a knee-jerk reaction. The last board meeting, I think it was Board Member Gifford, did bring it up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't remember why we decided to table it at this point, but it's not a knee-jerk reaction. I'm not going to repeat everything that Board Member Duvall Wilson and Board Member Malaspina said, but I mean, especially if we have somebody that's going to step up to do it, I don't know why we need to discuss it at length. That's really all I have to say.
Dr. Telesford.
I wouldn't really say that it's a matter of having a discussion at length as much as I think for every organization that we do have a liaison to, we have had at least a board presentation so that we can actually, at least to the board and to the public, see the type of work that they're doing. We can talk about the work that they're doing, but I think it's really important for us to, as a community, see that, because we are going to be attaching ourselves to it. It's not a matter of saying, I want to say no, but it's more like we should see more so that we can share that with the community.
Board Member Vadlamani.
So, again, I want to just reiterate that we should not confuse worthy with how much impact they have. I'm just looking at the website. I mean, well, first of all, the first They failed the first test. Not everyone knows about them. Well, maybe I'm uneducated, so let's throw that away. Every other big organization we have, they're breaking down our doors to come here and present to us and tell them all the good things they can do for our students and our teachers and everyone else. You know, CPAC is here every day. Every meeting they're here. They come out and their president comes out all the time to make presentations. Achieve Foundation is here all the time. They're making presentations. So now, I have never seen these people before. So I don't even know who they are. So yeah, maybe they're worthy. Maybe they're fantastic. Maybe they spend $10 million on students every year. Great. Then my 2 thumbs up. But having never seen them or heard from them or even their website talk anything about SOMSD, there's 0 words that says South Orange Maplewood School District. 0 on the entire website. They talk about, yes, they talk about all these, good programs that they have for youth development, and sure, maybe they do it for Essex County. Great. So maybe Essex County Commissioner should be, having a liaison with them. I don't see any reason why South Orange Maplewood School District should have a liaison with them if they are not serving us. So why don't we have them? We can.
Okay,
can you
we're
please
gonna-
call point to
can we
order,
move
please?
to
I mean, I don't understand. I mean,
Listen.
can you please?
Okay, right.
Hold the
Out of
horses?
order, out of order.
Yeah, thank you. Let me finish. So let's have them over. Let's have their CEO come over, whoever that is, which is not obvious on the website. Maybe they've done multiple elections. There've been multiple generations of CEOs like CPAC has. Like, I know for like 3 generations of them. So they're credible. So let's find out if these guys are credible or not. And then we'll vote for it. I have nothing against having liaison to a worthy organization. My problem is that they just, at least based on the website, they seem like a small startup. So, and just going by anecdotes, I mean, maybe, nothing has happened in the last 5 years. Just going by anecdotes. I mean, Board member Malaspina has not been a teacher here for a while, and she herself said it was before the board. Before she was the
Guys,
board.
wait,
I'm
hold
sorry.
on a second. Board member, you're out of order. We're not supposed to reference each other's names. So if you want to,
Board member
you can say,
Malaspina.
you can reference board
She
chair.
said it herself. I'm just repeating what she said. She
Okay,
just said
I
that
think at this time, this
No, no,
isn't
no,
a
no, no,
constructive
no, no.
conversation.
You
So,
can't shut me down when she herself said it just 2 minutes back. She said that she has worked with them in professional development while she was in the district, before on the board. I'm just pointing out, she's been on the board for like 3 years now. So we haven't had anything to do with them for a long time. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor the point. They don't seem worthy enough right now. Let them come and present. We're happy to, we'll all sit down. We'll all have an opportunity to listen to them. We'll have, many of people who come out and talk in public speaks in support of them, hopefully. Maybe 20 people will show up and say, oh, this is the best organization ever. You guys are silly not to have liaison. And I'll be like, sure, my fault. Let's, one cycle. We're in February, call them on for March. I don't see why you would not do that. So therefore, I would want to pass a motion to table this discussion.
okay, so board member Deval Wilson, please.
I just want to say one thing. As someone who is a publicist and has worked for nonprofits, we cannot judge what a nonprofit does on their website because they're too busy doing the work.
Yeah.
Okay? So look, you know what? No, but I'm just saying, like, they're too busy doing the work. So I hope that no one ever judges a nonprofit based on outdated content, or maybe their Facebook page didn't have the latest and greatest, because I can tell you, for one, that actually is a sign that they're in the field. They're busy, and they also probably don't have enough resources or people to update that website and update their Facebook page regularly. So that's all I just want to say. I get it that you don't know a lot about them, and maybe other people don't, but they are based here in Maplewood. They're called MAPSO. They are supporting our students here. Thank you.
Right, with that, Mr. Burnside, can you take a roll call?
I made a motion.
I had already.
I didn't hear you make the motion, I'm sorry. Okay,
Maybe I'll do it.
okay.
So I'm making a motion to table this discussion till we have a formal presentation from their officers and hear from the public about all the good work they do.
Okay. Board member Vadlamani wants to make a motion to table until we can have a formal presentation. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. So at this point, do we want to discuss this, or are we good to vote?
We vote.
Okay. Mr. Burnside, could you please take roll call? Thank you.
Table it.
Board
And not
President
voted.
Whitletter?
This is the motion to table, so just.
Correct.
Okay. No.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Gifford?
No.
Board Member Acker?
No.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
No.
Motion doesn't pass.
Can I? Does that mean we are going to vote now, or do we have to make a motion? Okay.
So now we'll call to question the motion to vote for the MAPSO.
No. No, we already had a
No.
discussion.
Okay, discussion.
I'm,
Ms. Fabres, can you help?
can you help?
I thought the discussion ended, and that's when we moved to table.
Yeah.
Discussion on the first item ended, and then we moved to table.
No. No, we're voting.
No, I've read the rules too. I mean, there's no monopoly on reading rules of it. So.
Is the discussion on a new item, or is it on a continuation?
Existing motion.
No, but is the discussion on a new topic for the original motion, or is it a continuation of the comment that you had made before? Okay, I mean, you can pose reasonable time limits on the discussion topics.
Maybe they should have done before the discussions, not after it starts. So this is a problem, this is my problem here, the biggest problem here. It seems to me like this is a problem with, when kids play, baseball is like my baseball, so I'm the captain. So you got your toys, I want my toys too. That's what it sounds like. Oh, you got achieve, maybe we'll shove in seek back, and therefore now I want maps or school. And there's nothing wrong with all of these organizations. I'm sure they're very, very good. My only point is we don't know who these people are. Let's call them in and talk to them and figure out, and then we do that. So, of course you can vote. I mean, yeah, we see what the vote is going to be. But be sensible. That's all.
Sorry, this is getting ugly, isn't it? So now could I amend the motion to also include the nominate, or do we do it separately, to nominate Bill Gifford as the liaison for the MAPSO Freedom School? Can I do that in one, or how?
I would create two motions. One is going to establish the liaison, and the second would be to appoint.
Okay, great. So let's go to roll call for the motion to add the MAPSO Freedom School liaison role.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
No.
Board Member Vadlamani?
No.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And so now I'd like to make a motion to nominate Bill Gifford to serve as the MAPSO Freedom School liaison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, now it's open for discussion. Board Member Vadlamani.
Not entirely sure if you need to make a motion because the president has a right to appoint anyone to the chair or a liaison. That's part of the bylaws. So again, I don't know, the clarification. I don't think we need to have a vote and take a vote saying, can somebody be a chair or can somebody be not? That's the right of the president, so.
But I think we do have to vote on the assignments, which is why we had to wait for the CPAC vote, because we approved the liaison, but then we didn't.
But your liaison in this instance isn't formally recognized by bylaw. You've just created it today. I think just for prudency, have a bylaw that designates who the liaison would be.
So, okay, so Bill Gifford is the MAPSO Freedom School liaison. Yeah, okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Does anyone else have any new business this evening?
No.
Okay, great.
Board President? just a reminder to change the time for the next meeting.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, so,
Can we not go into closed session? That's what I was just going to ask. Yeah, I can't make any legal decisions at 1 a.m. I'm sorry.
okay, so with that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in a special public session on Thursday, March 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform which will include hearing of individuals. Immediately following the public session, the Board of Education will move to go into a closed session in the Superintendent's Office, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, March 30th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, immediately the board will move to go into a closed session in the Superintendent's Office, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 p.m. in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform which will include hearings of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Duval Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
That appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. So now I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Friday, February 24th at 12:57 a.m. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful